My fellow Liberians, despite our diversity, we are a united people, a great and noble people. Through the strength of our unity and the resilience of our determination, we have begun to rebuild a ravished country and have survived two deadly health crises. Our people have stood together as one united people, ready to face the future. Whether you are a fisherman of Grand Cru and Sino, the hunters of Grand Jide and River G, the farmers of Lofa and Bapolu, the Gola and Vai dancers of Bumi and Cape Mount, the hospitable people of Bassa and River Ses, the warriors of Maryland, the miners and explorers of Nimba, the merchants and traders of Bong, the welcoming people of Magibi, or the melting pot of Montserrado. We are one people, Liberians. We have a great challenge and opportunity ahead of us. In unity, we will rebuild this country as a shining example in Africa, demonstrating the power of a determined and united people. Our economy and our national budget will expand and grow like never before. We will improve the lives of our people and put smiles on the faces of our citizens. I promise you that together we can and will do the job. A new day is on the horizon. The time for babysitting is over. God bless you and God bless Liberia. My fellow Liberians, despite our diversity, we are a united people, a great and noble people. Through the strength of our unity and the resilience of our determination, we have begun to rebuild a ravished country and have survived two deadly health crises. Our people have stood together as one united people, ready to face the future. Whether you are a fisherman of Grand Cru and Sino, the hunters of Grand Jide and River G, the farmers of Lofa and Bapolu, the Gola and Vai dancers of Bumi and Cape Mount, the hospitable people of Bassa and River Ses, the warriors of Maryland, the miners and explorers of Nimba, the merchants and traders of Bong, the welcoming people of Magibi, or the melting pot of Montserrado. We are one people, Liberians. We have a great challenge and opportunity ahead of us. In unity, we will rebuild this country as a shining example in Africa, demonstrating the power of a determined and united people. Our economy and our national budget will expand and grow like never before. We will improve the lives of our people and put smiles on the faces of our citizens. I promise you that together we can and will do the job. A new day is on the horizon. The time for babysitting is over. God bless you and God bless Liberia.
Yeah. Hi. God bless you and God bless Liberia. God bless you and God bless Liberia. Hello to all and hope you're having a good day today. My name is Munel Kishan, aka the General. Something went in my eyes. I was doing some work somewhere and I took off my glasses and I damn thing can hide the dye went in my eye, man. It's not easy. Okay, guys, I hope you're doing good today. I hope we have a good show. Hey, share the video, share the video, share the video. That's all you can do for me. Share it to all your contacts. I do it myself. I share it to all my contacts. We will have a good stuff today. I know you guys been watching Facebook. You've been hearing all the news. This is the general himself. I know people want to know who is this general. I am the general. If you don't like it, you can sit. If you like it, you ride. So I don't know why people worry when other people call him the same name. Joshua name is Bekube. Who knew his Bekube name when he became president? Nobody named my general name until I started talking about commies too. So I'm the general. Yeah. Okay. I got a message. I got a news. I got a message. The message I got for you people. First thing, I want you to be very patient. I want you to be very, very patient. What we're going through right now is nothing easy. It's spiritual. It's all kinds of things in between. This election are coming. 2023 election. It's not an easy election. It might look easy. It's not easy. President Weah and his gang will not just allow you to take it easy, to have a free ride. And I want us to consider ourselves. You know, I fight better when I'm down than when I'm at the top. We will do everything possible. We will go around. We will talk to people. People will tell you, nobody hearing you because you're on Facebook. That BS. That's a lie. Nobody hear you because you're on Facebook. But today I will do something different. I want to turn my comments on and I will answer question. If you ask me a question, I will answer it. If it's not a question and you're just making a statement, then I don't have to answer it. But not all the question I will answer because some might not have nothing good. Yeah. So if you are a supporter of commies, if you want a good Liberia, a better Liberia, a prosper Liberia, a Liberia that we all will be proud of, that our children, our relatives who don't have that opportunity to travel will make life, will be able to go to school and have a job in Liberia. We can do it. Don't give up on Liberia. Don't give up. We have been having problems for so long, but every problem has an end. You must know the problem to solve the problem. If you don't know the problem, you'll not solve the problem. And one person who knows the problem of Liberia, the real problem of Liberia, is Alexander Cummings. Munel, why you say Alexander Cummings know the problem of Liberia? Because you know what? He traveling around, he asking questions, he taking notes. He is the only candidate who continued to travel around the country, who's continued to interact with the citizen since 2017. Even the man we voted for, who is the president of Liberia, have not. He gone around, he did his tour after Mr. Cummings have gone all over. No other politician doing. Everybody is sitting and think Liberians should take them based on past glory. Oh, because I was there for 12 years, so take me. Oh, I am the most popular guy. I've been in the country without going nowhere, so that's my time. No, it don't work that way. In politics, it's not about resume. It's not about what you have on that paper. If you're going to look for a job, if you go into a corporation, you will sit with the HR, they will interview you. It's not a country. They're between you and the corporation, and they will employ you. But when you're running for office and the people vote for you, they listen to you, they want to know what you will do, what you bring into the table. Yes, our people in Liberia, we have damaged their brain with corruption. The politicians who were there before messed them up because when election time is coming, that is time you see all the money coming out, all the heavy amount, rice and whatsoever. But most of our people, based on because of poverty, poverty is the problem in Liberia. So the guys who have extended, who gone to the top, they're taking that advantage. They take 2, 3 months of the salary and then they get back into the election and then they spread the money out and the people are poor. But listen, let them eat it. Our responsibility now is to talk to the people. Let me give you something we used to do. When we were coming up, I remember those days we used to go and hang out at Bacardi's. I was not the type that I go to nightclub all the time, but at the time, we in Monrovia, man, we're going to Bacardi's to hang out. We do not go to Bacardi's 8 o'clock. We don't go to Bacardi's 9 o'clock. We don't go there even 10 o'clock. We arrive to Bacardi's sometime around 11, going to 12 o'clock. When we enter Bacardi's, we already started our drinking from in time. So what we do, we got this saying, they say, small money make you drunk quick. We used to buy our aromatic snap. The aromatic snap? We buy it. So I'll get a whole case. I get in the car. We start from Okoro shop. We enjoy ourselves good. So this I'm telling you, everybody get a clothes in the car already. We know exactly what we're going. And for me, I had the opportunity. I used to go to African Palace. I got a place there. I dress up and I had a room on Broad Street. Anybody who know about our room on Broad Street, opposite and what the place is, immigration at the top of the roof. It was an apartment. Now apartment or studio or room and a bathroom at the last floor opposite immigration. So everybody will get charged, but they charge you like what charge. Now when we get to Bakari's disco, we're not going to spend any money again. And guess what? The girls that we're going to meet there, they don't want any drink again because somebody carried them already and make them charge all the one night, and this person want to go home and they're not prepared to go home and they stay hanging out. So the only thing we can do now, they want soda. They want a soda. And we just go and either get a water for them or a glass of nice ice, and they sit there and now you in charge. So you see, they have a free ride and everything now, you don't spending 1 cent. It's the same thing. This election that coming on, since the election, George, we are won. The people have not seen anything. The people's lives have not changed. Only a few people from the CDC side have gone higher. Those who work in government, building houses. Some of the sedition, those who stood up in the line, the rain, the heat, the sun, they left them on the sideway. Today, it's so shameful. CDC built a vocational school. This is the first place it ever happened in the history. Only in Liberia, a political party built a school. When they were there, when they were opposition for 12 years, they never built a technical school. They never sent nobody to school. But when they took over, they used public money, public funds to build a technical school for their members only. For their members only. You see some of the corruption? And guess what? They are now starting the registration. 4 years gone by. They're going into 6 years, going to the fifth year to 6 years. Now they're doing it now to impress their people for the second term. Liberia, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. President Weah himself don't want to run. We know people pushing him. President Weah want to be this kind of guy like Nelson Mandela who ran for 1 term and then left the position and turn it on. He won't be the one to say, oh, I the one put that park. I am the one who built this. I'm the one who did this. Like I am the world best that no other African will ever become world best. That's the kind of person George Weah want to be. But the surrounding, his surrounding is so terrible with Magid and other people who are doing what they're supposed to do. I want to tell you today, don't worry about the case. Do not worry about the court case. Even in Liberia, the people are fed up. They are fed up with the case. Case that's supposed to last for 30 days. They are still looking for evidence. It almost like George Bush trying to go to Iraq and still looking for evidence. And at the end of the day, he found something just to go to Iraq. This is what the government is doing, trying to slow Mr. Kamel. But I got a message and I got a news for you guys. The news here is that, you know, When they think they're doing it to us, they're doing it to commies. No, they're doing it to themselves. This case can even go up to 2024. This case can go up to 2025. They will not run out no decision. Two things. Now, they will get so fed up and they will try to throw the case out. No, we will not allow them to just throw the case out. When the Serena Cephas finished with his 36, 37, 38, 30, 40, 50 witnesses, he have to turn it over to the defendant. Now, Mr. Cummings, our lawyers will have to bring their evidence, bring witnesses. So, Mr. Cummings' lawyers can still subpoena Mr. Boaka, can subpoena Ure and everybody, the same people, because there will be no judgment until we exhaust everything. So they're not going to rush us. So if they think that they're slowing Mr. Cummings down, they are making a big mistake, because every time we appear at that court, they will not even stop Mr. Cummings from contesting. They will not. Right now, they almost like, the only thing we need to do, we shouldn't be the one to help to soften the bone that they put into their mouth. They can't swallow it anymore. They were joking with it into the throat, and now they can't shit it out because it's in the stomach. But we shouldn't soften it out, because if we soften it out, then we'll give them more grounds. So this case, we will bring every evidence. Campaign will be on, election will be over. This case will continue. So if nobody should think that they will get up tomorrow after Serena Sifa finish and say, okay, Mr. Cummings is guilty, you must be out of your head. Liberians, don't be stupid. We shouldn't be like people that have no sense. Right now, it's Serena Cephas who is looking for his evidence, who is looking to build a case and stay struggling until Serena Cephas now can wear anything to go to court. He wear purple, he wear pink, and wear all kinds of color now. We're calling color of success or color of disgrace. I don't know which one. So when they finish, they will turn it to Mr. Cummings. The lawyers will come. Everybody will come to court. So every time Mr. Cummings appear in our court, when he come out, it's a rally. So we'll always, every time Mr. Cummings go into court when the campaign starts, Mr. Cummings' first rally will start at the Temple of Justice. It will be difficult. You can't stop us again. You will not be able to stop the citizens or the supporters. So every time Mr. Cummings appear in court, when he leave the court, he got to give a campaign speech. You can't stop Cummings from campaigning. Cummings will campaign. The election will go on. Nobody. There is no way you will even make a mistake and say you will send Mr. Cummings anywhere, because that will be the end of everything. We are not threatening you. We are saying that if you guys act stupid, this government acts stupid, the Liberian people will get in the street. Be careful. Be careful what you wish for. Not every stick in the bush that you can rub your butt on. Yeah. So if they think that this case, they want to slow Mr. Cummings down, and then at the time when they're ready, say, okay, let Mr. Cummings go now. No. There is nothing you can do to Cummings. Cummings will be the next president of Liberia. It's clear. It is clear in a sense. If you don't see it, if you are not seeing it yet, I have seen it, because it is impossible for you to call the name of one man over and over and over and over for no reason. This man would never be president, but you call his name. You dream about him. This man would never win Maryland, but you have a dream. You dream every day. You have a nightmare about Mr. Cummings. Every day you dream about Mr. Cummings. Every day Cummings' name is in the paper. But yet instead they say nobody knows Mr. Cummings. They are afraid. They are afraid. We will stand with Cummings. We will go down with Cummings. We will stand up with Cummings. We will cross the finish line with Cummings. You understand? Liberia first, Liberia last, Liberia forever. We are doing it for the people of Liberia. The people of Liberia are tired. They're fed up with the one case every day. Only people, y'all say we're on the internet, nobody listen to us. That's a lie. People listen. We might not have 10,000 crowd, But every day I get one or two new person who watch my show and they text me, they call me, thank you. I don't know them from nowhere. That thank you alone is what built me up every day. That's what carried me around. And as long as I get breath, I will do it until after 2023. After 2023, then I will stop. But I have dedicated myself and I will do it. If you say, Mr. Cummings, give me money, I appreciate it. And I wish you give it to me. I will not refuse it. But I'm doing it with a passion that I have and I believe in the agenda of Mr. Cummings. That's what I believe in. And we will change Liberia around. We can do it, my people. Don't let nobody move you. Don't let nobody scare you. They will come on your post, they will insult you. When you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. The war have started, the political war is on, and we will fight it. We will fight it. We will go after everyone. We will use that wars. There will be no guns. We will use the political wars. We will fight people. We will bring the record out. We will tell them whatever. Liberia come first. Liberia is powerful than any citizen. That is the country that God gave us, and we will protect that country. Enough is enough. Since 1847, we have been having bad leaders. You know, I told you that people said, why you like to call other people names? People call my name, you know that? And I want to send a shout out to Charlotte Robert. Charlotte Robert called my name. She made it clear. Charlotte Robert said, listen, I listened to the general. Because of the general, I'm supporting Mr. Cummings. That's a good thing. She said it, and she's not the only person I've said that before. But Costa made a post recently or show, and he said, oh, we don't know who will be the next, who will be, whether they will be good, whether Joseph Boakai himself will be good and whatsoever. You see, I say these things every day. Some people say age comes with wisdom, but not all the time. Wisdom is something that you don't just learn in school. But the more you read, but I tell you, if you want to build it up, read the Bible. If you're Muslim, read the Quran. If you not believe in God or whatsoever, read other books. I've said it all the time. That is why they will give you the quote. When they say no decision is right until it is right. But when I tell you, I was watching the tape when Costa was yelling and somebody said, oh, my man, slow down. He said, I changed my tune. My tune are your mind, part tune. Fine. He was saying the truth. But why now? Maybe Joseph Waka. So you don't know why you're supporting Joseph Waka. I know why I'm supporting Mr. Cummings. I'm supporting Mr. Cummings because he has the best agenda. His agenda is genuine. His agenda is for the people of Liberia. His agenda will move Liberia from A to B, will move Liberia forward. He's not telling you that when I take over, I got the market. He said, no, when I take over, within 6 months to a year, you will feel the difference. Within 3 years, you will see where we're going. Because that is why when you plan for something and you put your plans together and you say, this is what I will go by, then you know. I've never seen a politician that is so patient, calm, with all the insults, with all the terrible things, with all what he's going through. He's steady. He goes around. He still goes to program. He still do his stuff. If that other corrupt politician by this time they're over, they're done. God showing us something, but we have not seen it yet. Only a few. Only some of us we know and we believe in it. We don't believe in to say because he's Mr. Cummings. No. They got other people who got money, but their vision, their plans for Liberia is not what we're talking about. So you can get your money is not what I'm talking about. We talk about the plans. I have never seen a politician in Liberia that explained to me what I will do with the economy, the security, and what, not even from the Ellen Johnson, the Chancellor, nobody have ever lectured us. But that is how you look for a leader. That is how you look for a leader. You want to know what this man going, what your plans. That's what the Bible says. If a leader don't have a vision, the nation perish. And don't you know, you can even have your vision. You must look for the best to carry on your vision. It is hard for you alone to carry on your vision. I've never seen, man, he's not a politician. When they ask him about the CPP, he said, listen, I'm not going to blame Joseph Boakai. I'm not going to blame you. I blame myself because we are in there to go together. We can solve it. We can fix it. But because of their wicked plans, they were afraid to look in the eyes of Cummings and say, let's break it up. They were afraid and embarrassed to look at Alexander Cummings and say, let us break up the CPP. But instead, they go behind gossip. Gossip is that's a real gossip. Gossip is what got CPP into this mess. Because the three political parties, the Liberty Party, the ALP, and the UP believe that they have the power. They are the one we were here before Mr. Cummings. So it must go through us. We bear the boys on the ground. No, it don't work that way. It don't work that way. If they were to be honest, if they were honest and look in the face of Mr. Cummings and say, Mr. Cummings, this is not working. We don't want to damage it. But let us go our way. Let us bring the document and take that part also. Let us go. Whoever comes second will support each other. Let us move. Almost like you leaving your girlfriend and you and her or you and your wife, you're separate or divorced on a nice space and you're still friends. You can't divorce and you're enemies. Look what we're in today. When some people read it, oh, Mr. Cummings want to be president because he want to ride on Joe Boakai. Mr. Cummings want to be the chairman and Stenabra because he want to ride on UP. What is that? You think that how politics work? Eh? It don't work that way. The score of yesterday can never be the same today. The man that took last place yesterday, today, Mr. Cummings took fifth place, 2017. You think Mr. Cummings is staying in the 2017 position? No. Mr. Cummings took fifth place yesterday. Today, when you are talking about potential president of Liberia that will win the next election, you still put Mr. Cummings in the three groups. You put Mr. Cummings in the third group. Do you know why you put Cummings in the third group? Because you believe that what the people need came second, Joshua first, because he's the incumbent. And no other person. Where is the Liberty Party that came third? Where is the Prince Johnson that came fourth? But every day you cry on Mr. Cummings because Mr. Cummings is the only man who went back and reintroduced himself to Liberian people. That is what you do when you're running for office. You meet the people and talk to the people and know the problem. You must know the problem to solve it. The CDC government never knew the problem. They were sitting down doing nothing, eating money from Ellen Johnson, working in the government, and they came all and they start to loot by imagination. They looted by imagination. They just said and say, oh, government got money, we eat. We'll put ourselves together in the first 3 years, in the first 2 years. Then from there, we'll move forward and it catch up with them. Our people are suffering. We can't even protect our citizens. Or government telling you, or government that collect taxes, telling you everybody must get a CC camera. Why the government can't get a CC camera put in the street? There's no even light in the street. How will you put a CC camera? You telling somebody, if a president can come up and tell you, say, be there, driver, be there, if you die, that you're worried. We laugh about it. Liberians, we are causing our own problem. Stop the frustration. Do not blame yourself for who you voted for. Do not. Do not blame yourself for who you voted for. We still got terrible people in Liberia. Mr. Boakai not a bad man. Mr. Boakai himself. But what Mr. Boakai tried to do now to act tough, listen to liars, and follow it, that's what makes Mr. Boakai to be a terrible man today. Terrible man. I know he regretting for him to lie on the oath, to lie, to look at an innocent man, or man that Mr. Barker invited 2015 in Georgia. He said, "Where is Alex Cummings?" "Oh, yes, my schoolmate. Thank you, Alex. Alex, thank you for coming. This is what I talked to you the other day. Please help to this to work." Mr. Cummings contributed money, more money to Mr. Barker than anybody that ever support Mr. Barker. I challenge anybody and I will say it. Please, the ANC people don't get vexed with me because I got to bust it one up. And the day Mr. Barker said that lie, Mr. Cummings will show all the checks. Seriously. Because this is too much. You cannot look at a man who has sweat. He never ate a penny from the Liberian government. He gave to the Liberian government. He started with Judy Bryant. He went to Ellen. He supported the hospital in Buchanan with over $300,000 worth of medication and equipment at the Buchanan Hospital. Which of the Liberians that ever did it? Eh? The University of Liberia, the government school that he Cummings never went to, he furnished the computer lab. $2 million scholarship. Liberty. $2 million. He contributed to the scholarship fund. $2 million is what? Almost $20,000. Yes. He gave to the school in Maryland. All the hospitals. He got the biggest organization in Liberia compared to the United Nations, any kind of organization. That people are on salary, not just a volunteer thing. He opened the best school that even the government and all our so-called people who got money, they build schools, they don't even build. Or STEM school. You go around Africa, Ghana, Senegal. Technology is the order of the day. But we don't have it. But Cummings build one in Liberia today. He spent money on organizations. Scholarship. They got more scholarship on Cummings compared to any Liberian. He should brag about it? No. Because he respects the dignity of people. He respects it. Whether we vote for him or not, he will remain in Liberia. He will live in Liberia. He will die a Liberian. He will go back and do his work. He retired, my people. He retired. People only ask for his expertise. He's on 10 different boards. Liberian board, listen. Since you want to hear it, he's on 10 different boards. Which of our Liberian, the Ellen Johnson or whatsoever, Chevron, whatsoever he worked, he's on the board. Just by sitting on the board, this man earned over $1 million a year. So tell us now, this is too much. Everything is coming because you guys are afraid. Then today, I see the same people who accuse Mr. Cummings trying to discredit Mrs. Blair. You know, anybody can call. The Spoon Network is a big network. They can take the telephone and call her. Ma'am, excuse me, would love to have an interview, want to know how you did the investigation. But because you Liberian, Mr. Heron Costa, he got the biggest platform. The other day he spoke with Adam White. He can take the phone and call the lady and say, I need to ask you a question concerning the whole case. Mr. Ure said that they never invite. Why will we want to talk? Why don't we talk to Ure? The document that Ure submitted, all the document in court, that's the document. You ask me, I can put that case to rest in a day. In a day. In a day. Y'all don't know who even the woman interview. Y'all don't even know. They cannot interview because Ure is a liar. How you expect us to interview who want to listen? The lady, the organization listen to all Ure interviews. Y'all don't know that? The one where Ure sat with Yombly, Joe Barker, and contradicted himself 2 times on one interview. I gave Mr. Cummings 5 copies during the program, turning over. But this turning over was on Zoom. How you get Mr. Cummings 5 copies on Zoom when everybody was in the different areas in the heat of the COVID? But he gave Mr. Cummings 5 copies. First lie. Lie number 1. Lie number 2. Mr. Cummings was supposed to notarize the 5 copies and gave each one of us copies. Lie number 3. You do not even notarize 5 copies. You can never notarize the same document 5 times and give it to everybody. Lie number 3. Yombly, Mr. Bwaka never testified at that time to concord with him. Say, yes, we got 5 copies. Nobody supported his idea about 5 copies. He brought it up. And at the time, Mo Ali supposed to go around for the signature. What it was impossible, Mo Ali never took 5 documents. Nowhere in the world that Mo Ali will go to Basel, come from Basel, go to Banga, from Banga to this place and that place, and go back to Loshoto in the same day. Bam, that's a lie. That was a big lie. So Mo Ali never went around. Mo Ali's responsibility was to get the signature. Finish. When they signed that document, it backfired. Bam! Librarian books complained. November 9, Mr. Cummings took over. From in the morning to 3 o'clock, Mr. Ure was the chairman of CPP. Mr. Cummings took over November 9. No, I'm sorry, November 19. So the same November 19, from in the morning, listen to me, let me correct myself again. November 19, from in the morning to 2 o'clock, Mr. Ure was still the chairman. November 19, after 3 o'clock, Mr. Cummings was the chairman. He took over. Everybody sat on Zoom in their respective area and have copy. That is how you sign on Zoom, sillies. That is how you sign on Zoom. Everybody get a copy. Okay, guys, yes, it's fine. And thank you very much. And this and everybody sign a copy on Zoom. So how you turn over 5 copies to Mr. Cummings? Okay, granted. I would take the stupidity of Mr. Ure. So that 5 copies, they collected the 5 copies, they brought it to 2. But that copy they signed was never delivered to NEC. That copy they signed never went anywhere. What it did, they transferred it to the lawyers, which Mo Ali admitted, Mr. Ure admitted. Yes, in that same interview, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Bwaka said, we don't even have Mr. Ure said, we don't have a copy. Up to present, we don't have 1 copy. In the same interview, he said, well, we did an amendment. We talked to the lawyers. Mr. Cummings talked to us. We brought the lawyers. The last time we saw the lawyers, it was at Unity Party headquarters office. They came there. They explained to us. They did the slideshow, PowerPoint, and whatsoever, and they told us what to be changed. And we concurred. And that copy, we got copy. Stupid fool. Right in the same meeting. And the dumb journalist, the one who called and said journalist, sat over there and could not even, only one ball were trying to ask a question, but it was too much waste of time. None of the journalists, and that video was done by the Spoon Network. Nobody could call Mr. Black, Mr. Ure, or say, Mr. Ure, you just said you don't have the document. And how come you say you got a document? And he just went with the flow. Then he turned to Yombly. But we don't know how to even do the consensus building, because which are the did? Which are the document Yombly been running on? Which are the document Yombly ran on that you're operating CPP with? Was the same damn freaking document. But because Mr. Cummings refused to go as VP, and the man he's supposed to go as VP with never even asking you, asking Mr. Cummings and Alex, it would be good for you to go as VP, because Mr. Ure, who is so corrupt, greedy, believe that the Darius Dillon and other people know that they would not see corruption under Mr. Cummings. They would not survive under Mr. Cummings, because every penny that they ever enjoy in their life, it came from government. The position they're in today, The house that Darius Dillon built, it came from government with Ellen Johnson. Everything they ever did, because they work in government, they earn it. That's where they got it from. So their fear is that if Mr. Cummings is president, stealing will be half for us. We'll only wait for our own pay. You know what I'm saying? All this, that document was never taken to neck. So Mo Ali still had a responsibility to collect the signature. So what happened? In Mr. Cummings' text, he said, guys, Mo Ali will be coming around for the signature. Because the document was signed on the first day of on May 19, that document will continue to carry May 19. It will continue to carry the same signature, even if they die, until they can cancel it. So, Ure signed now finally and put May 19 to his signature. Mr. Cummings signed, he put, some people sign and put signature and put and something. But listen, if they are insisting that the signature page from 2019 was put on a new document, it's still not a crime. If you argue with me, that means you're stupid. If the signature page was actually taken and put on a new document, it's still not a crime. But that was not the case. Because the name, the dates, everything remained the same. It's not just a document. It was an amendment, revised constitution, revised bylaws. It's not just an ordinary document. If they're going to cancel it and redo it, when you redo it, you throw the old one away, you bring a new one in, then you get a new date. We're not stupid, my people. Liberians are not stupid people. The stupid people in Liberia are the corrupt politicians. The corrupt politicians are the stupidest Liberians. They are so dumb and they think that we are the one who's stupid. No. Long they've been using us. Long time they've been using us. We cannot allow it anymore. Enough is enough. After 2023, the political hero will be over. You want to vote for Cummings? It's up to you. You don't want to vote for Cummings? It's up. But put Liberia first. You look at all the candidates. Even the people who don't like Mr. Cummings tell you, say, Cummings is the best man, but let Cummings wait. Why Liberia? Cummings is good, but what a bought for? Cummings is not a, Cummings is qualified than everybody, but please give us the last time to eat. When they sit down and see the people that are stealing from under George Weah government, when they see all the children building their big, big houses, all the junior ministers from Ellen Johnson time, they confused. Some of our winters the government, so we care. For them, they're regretting that they eat. So the only opportunity they eat is to come back to power. My people, let me ask you today. Even if we don't want CDC because CDC is done, you telling me that we should take Unity Party again? You answer the question. You telling me that only two parties in the country? Two parties. 12 years. The Liberian people throw them out. If they were good, if they were 10 times better, Liberian people were going to elect them again. Liberians were going to re-elect Unity Party if that government was okay. But because the government was not okay, the Liberian people voted for George Weah. The Liberian people voted for George Weah. Liberians, let us not make the same mistake. We have done everything in Liberia until we have elected the least person so far. It is time that we look for leaders. It is time that we look for a leader, not a ruler, not a king. We're looking for someone that will put Liberia first, not to lie and say the man got Liberia in a hat. He got Liberia in a hat and he's not even a nationalist. He's not a patriot. Yes, he plays football for Liberia. At the time, he was a patriot. But say a patriot can turn to be an unpatriotic citizen. But this is the man who invites foreign people foreign musicians to perform for him and leave Liberians. This is the man who loved foreigner than love his own people. We have seen it. It's all about him. People are dying, but he's okay. People are going to places and things happen to them, and he don't talk about it. Look at it, bro. As big as America is, look at the children that they killed in this country today, yesterday, before yesterday. Look at the killing. The president of the United States talking about it. As big as America. They're crying. People shedding tears on TV. People, children. We all get babies. The hateful part that you are not there to protect your child. That the hateful part, you were not there. You were far off. When I heard that thing, when I came from work, I saw my son, I hugged my son, I squeezed my son. I couldn't believe it. It could be my child. But the same problem in Liberia today. People, children dying, and our president cannot even put up one statement. Then we got some stupid Liberians, but people dying all over. That's the time they will make the research and say, but any kid, 12 person in America the other time, any kid another person the other time, people dying all around the world. Liberian people, just stop paying my people ego. Look, you don't wish things for people. As big as America is, the president can talk. But in Liberia, that you can even stretch your eye. If you rather open your eye, you immoral, you can see Maryland. Seriously. Our president refused to visit family who lost their loved ones. One time he went, maybe that other embarrassment, he went to the Muslim one when the children got burned in the fire. People die in Nima County. The president said nothing. Children dying every day, raping people, children. The president take it personal. But when they talk about the president's wife in a book, all of them change their profile. All of them change their profile. People, children dying, they're raping them. What kind of government can I even protect? According to the Constitution, the president took oath to protect the people of Liberia and protect the borders and protect Liberia. Eh? We're not running a social club. But that is what, when people say Mr. Cummings should come up. Mr. Cummings is saying to us, the law is the law. It's based on the individual who's in charge. We will not do what they want us to do. We will not demonstrate in the street. We will not cause them. But Liberian will change Liberia. Liberia will change. If we live to see it, fine, but Liberia will change. Under the Cummings administration, my people, trust me, corruption will not see the daylight. Killing will not, because we will not take it easy with anybody. Law and order will be the order of the day. Every Liberian should be prepared to work. Seriously. Enough is enough. Let us start playing government. We're not running an organization. Liberia is not a farm. And everybody who think they're stealing, forget it. What never happened? Look at all the past officials who stole money. Look at the houses today. It's all twisting aside. So continue to build your big mansion. You will send yourself in exile. You will not be able to maintain it. Even if you do business in Liberia, the people will not do business with you. The people will not rent a place. You see Tyler, the former speaker, he built 2 giant mansions. One across the street, one so. What happened to it today? It's trash. He broke. He broke. That nobody want to rent the building. Nobody want to rent it. Nobody. Look at the park. We all praise the park. The park is due. But good. But you rushing development because of politics. You rushing development, almost like when you late. You want to do something quick. Just supposed to say, oh, you found. Look at the park. Today, The assistant, the minister of state with all portfolio, Chokonkwi, went there and tried to say it's impossible to happen. That the engineer, that's the engineer. No way. It's not. You went to the place when the water. Psh, then the seditioner, like one of my friends called Samson Monger, he researching all around, he taking the flood pictures and putting it up and say, but look at America. You see how Liberia we so stupid? Eh? That pitch, that air fee, they practice crime. When IE used to practice over there, anytime it rain, when you go in there, you got to take off your shoes, your sneakers. So when it rain heavy, IE do not practice. IE do not practice. The damn place is in a hole. It's a swamp. So what a drainage you put there? This boy making fun out of, instead of you solving the problem, you trying to give excuse. Oh, you know, and this other one. And guess what? I just noticed that even the park is not finished. They still building, they say the building or swimming pool or 4 foot, 4 feet, 4 feet, 3 or 4 feet swimming pool. They still fixing it, but they rush to open it. They rush to open a place because they want news. The same thing they did to the airport. The same thing they did to the ministerial building because of politics. Election coming. Where you say, oh, John, we putting pin all over the place. Liberians will vote against CDC. Liberians will vote against CDC. So this government that playing a role because opposition took their own to court. They are Judas. They sold Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. Now they want to wash their hand. So the government said, well, I don't want to bring your own. They say, when the husband sell you the street and I buy you. And then they're using it. They say, we'll slow Mr. Cummings down. Now tell them, the prime minister, the man who runs the country, he said, we'll slow them down. But guess what? We got news for you. Let me tell you, not that ANC or Mr. Cummings supporters are afraid. No, they're not afraid. We're only trying to do the right thing because Liberia is for everyone. That is why they're not in the street. But I will tell you today, if you guys continue and the Liberian people get frustrated, they will not even listen to Mr. Cummings. They will not listen to Mr. Cummings because there will be no one Cummings to even tell us, don't get in the street. Because the Liberians are fed up with the nonsense that going on. Imagine what a poor man is going through. Mr. Cummings, at least he got money. Imagine the Liberians who don't even have money to get a lawyer. They took their property, like almost like Milton TJ taking a girl car, went to the court, and up to now nothing. She had to come back to America. Imagine what they're doing to poor people in Liberia. Imagine. And somebody asked the question, Liberians, we got too much lawyers, no ideas. We just think like our brains, like we speak by emotions. We too fast. We fast to talk. Who told you that Mrs. Blair report can't go to court? Who told you that? Eh? That organization, her law firm, is recognized, is internationally recognized. She has done work for a lot of people around the world. Her document can be subpoenaed in court and let them get somebody to argue. You don't know it happens in America that you can bring or forensic scientists to bring in court and ask questions and defend his work. You don't know that. You live in America and you telling me where that case there. And who talking? Who trying to discredit? Who? It is a shame on you guys. You live in America and still you're dumb. You live in a nice world or place where we expect you to get too much ideas than Liberians. Eh? The common man in Liberia is fed up with that damn case. But we got news. If you think that you will drag us, no, you're not dragging us. The case will continue. You can go up and come down. You can bring your 37 witnesses, your 40. When you finish, you will turn it over to us and we'll bring our evidence too. And we'll bring our witnesses. So Mr. Boaka will come back to court. And guess what? You will exhaust everything. You will go through everything before they make a ruling. There is no way they can cut the case and make a ruling. You will have to bring everything. So right now, let Serena see first time. The client, the man who Jack can make joke, who's supposed to, who think that he's smart. He's the only one know the law. Objection, objection, objection. So continue. So don't be afraid. Mr. Cummings is calm. Mr. Cummings is relaxed. He knows. When we said it before that the justice system in Liberia was not correct, nobody know, nobody believe it. But Mr. Cummings has seen it firsthand. So if you tell him Mr. Cummings when he's president, that's the first thing he will work on. The justice system in Liberia, justice reform, we got to do it. We must. We will pay them so they can steal. And some of them, they won't take bribe from Mr. Cummings. They're going through third party. They want bribe from Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings said, no, that nonsense will not work. Do you know that, look, my people, we should be thankful, yeah? We should be thankful that God brought somebody and God is showing us and God is taking Mr. Cummings through the test. And he's calm. He's calm going through that test. God is telling Mr. Cummings that this is the country you want to take. It almost when Jesus Christ, this is the country that you want to take. Even President Weah don't even know Liberia, like how Mr. Cummings know Liberia. None of them, they corrupt guys, they know Liberia because you know what? They are corrupt. Corrupt people, they don't know the system. Their money know the system. They themselves don't know the system. Because of Mr. Cummings' honesty and integrity, that is why some people refuse to support him, like Darius Dillon. Darius Dillon, who most of his supporters were ANC people. Because Mr. Cummings wrote a letter criticizing the entire legislators for $30,000, Yombly and Darius didn't have a breakdown straight, almost had a heart attack. Oh, Mr. Cummings was ill-informed. Why Mr. Cummings can't talk to his own people, he got to talk to us. Oh, so Mr. Cummings has to criticize the legislator again. He changed his mind. He don't want Mr. Cummings. But Mr. Cummings' freaking honest money is in his stomach. When he had penny, he had nothing to run. That Mr. Cummings pushing, that the ANC people pushing. When he was looking for to send a container, that the ANC women helping to send that container from Minnesota. Ungrateful human being, Darius Dillon, ungrateful. He believed that he got a 9 years job. How long from now to 9 years? How long? We're going 6 years. By the time you bop your eye, let Prince Johnson now, he begging for or last time. He begging for another 9 years. Yombly and Dillon got 9 years. So to them now, they okay, we don't care. We stay senator. We stay senator. Corrupt people, liars. I never see somebody who buy their own ticket and still lie. Then all of you won't cost Mr. Cummings. Everybody, let me tell you today, you know God don't like ugly. Every one of you who took Mr. Cummings' money and put it in your mouth, you will suffer. You will suffer. The only person I think buy lucky and he wanted to eat it in no way, that Henry Costa. Another thing, let me tell you UP people something. You're listening to Henry Costa every day. And the Costa followers, I'm so sorry for you guys. It is shameful. I know you're embarrassed, but you can accept it. Costa will never ever criticize the government anymore. Costa will never criticize Magay. Costa, who, when Nathaniel Magay built a house for his dead mother, he was all over it. Costa would never criticize Magay because Magay got him where they really want him. I challenge Henry Costa to tell that's a lie. When Magay came the last time, they gave him $2,500. Look at chicken change. I ain't get it, but I can't take it from nobody. $2,500. And if Henry Costa want to lie, then I will call the name of the individual who gave him the money, because Magay authorized somebody to give the money, and they were there. You would never criticize Magay again. So you would have Henry Costa die hard, the hero, the hero, the hero, the hero. He finished with you. He finished betraying you a long time. He done with you. He just waiting for you to force with him. By the time you're forced with him, he's going to draw you. So what he told them, guys, sometimes I will say some things. I will say some things. I will say this. Y'all listen to what I tell. What made you think Joe Biden will be the best president? When the best who will vote for the real leader by mistake. Then who are you? Why will you vote for the real leader by mistake? How will you support somebody? They said no decision is right until it is right. So if I'm supporting you, there should be something that I want. I can't just support you because you're looking fine, or because you tall, or because you can speak well, or because you just no. You look at the platform. That's it. But every one of them, Mo Ali, he can't go anything. He would never argue against Nathaniel Magay because they pay him rent. That's where he got his money from. Every one of them have been sold out. They have been bought. You're not hearing me saying it before? I'm saying it with passion. But these are the people who trying to prosecute Mr. Cummings because they would never support Mr. Cummings. Some of them believe that Joe Biden would not go, so they're looking for second alternative. They're looking for where they will go to hang on. Either Joe Biden or George Weah. And they will not come because they're embarrassed. They confide into their friends. Well, we can't go to the ANC people. They will not cause Mr. Cummings said we can't go there. They put in like our business. Let me tell you something. Nobody listen to us. We in America and this and that. You the one hearing us. They got few people in Labrock and hear us too. They see when the people in Labrock who got data, they can send a message and we can see them. They will see us. When we all go on the ground, the other people will see us too. So the one who got the 3 radio station, and I said it the other day, and I'm serious about it. My 513, I got it sitting down right here. I got all my different files. 1, 2, 3. 513 is the one that get the dangerous information about people. So if anybody want to sit down and think they will give lies about this individual, Mr. Cummings, I will put all your secret outside. I will put everything outside because it's in public now. You are a public official. Your face is out there. If you know anything about me, put it outside. Anything you know about me, put it outside. My face out here too. We love our country, Liberia. You think you're the only people know President we are? You think you're the only people that know we are? Some of us, listen, we happy with our little one cent we can make. The people there, you think that you're the only people know George Money we are? You think you're the only people who working there or who just talking and still don't benefit? You don't know that we know him. If I can campaign against President Weah, if I can go against President Weah in 2017, I can do it against anybody. Even my biological brother who I love from my empire, we're not even in the same party. He respect my views, I respect his views. He member of NPP, the CPP, that the people, the NPP and the CDC people. But Liberia is the country I believe in. Liberia is the country that I want to see, that people there will have that opportunity that some of us got. Not everybody will come, or God gave everybody a special talent. They got some people today with 2, 3 degrees. They ain't get one job here. They stay hustling. They got some people who out of college, boop, God take their life. They got some people who nowhere, boop, they blow off. But respect every individual. In this country, people get rich all type of way. All kinds of way people get rich. You don't question the next man, yes. But at the same time, you don't challenge them. Not because I get 5 cents and the next man who get 1 cent, then I tell you, say, man, move from here. No, 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 no. It don't work that way. Do not burn the bridge. Some of us, we will walk in the street with our head high. Nobody will tell us, say, this is what you want to do, this is what you did, and blah, blah, blah. No. You will say, look at it, damn mayor with his gray hair. He all on the place talking about Mr. Cummings. I mean, don't get vexed. Don't cry for me. I the one talking. That my own time I use him. That my own time. Mr. Cummings will not be president. Don't get vexed. That I the one supposed to worry about it, not you. Because you worry about Mr. Cummings being president. Why you say Mr. Cummings be president? He would never win. Let him win Maryland first. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't worry. The time you will continue to say Mr. Cummings will not be president until he becomes president. Because you will have no time to support your candidate. You will have no time to even argue with me. All you'll be talking, Mr. Cummings finger document, Mr. Cummings that gay, Mr. Cummings too short, Mr. Cummings that liar. At the same time, they themselves voting for Crane also. But they say Mr. Cummings finger document. Mr. Cummings this, Mr. Cummings. Then when things change, and they say, but our politics. You know that our politics. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. You know, we all got to talk. Then the shameless people. Look, if you don't want Mr. Cummings, you don't want Mr. Cummings. That's the beauty of democracy. That's why the Constitution and the election laws tell us that you just need 50 plus 1. 50% plus 1 vote, you are the president of that country. The legislators, the senator, they say simple majority. But in the president, you know why? Because it's not easy to get 100%. Anybody get 100%, they know they steal the election. You can go to 60. You can go to this. They say that all you need. That's all. So some people, no matter what happened, they will not support Mr. Cummings. There are people who will not support Mr. Baka, whether we like it or not. Whether Mr. Baka can go against President there are people that will not support President Mr. Baka. Like one of me, I will not support Mr. Baka. But Muni, why you not support Mr. Baka and Mr. Baka? You know why? Because Mr. Baka lied to the nation. Because Mr. Baka, this UP, the UP stand-up bearer, the UP stand-up bearer, lied to the country, lie on the oath that the UP stand-up bearer make today that CPP is not standing. That is why they can go against President Weah. I will not vote for them. I don't care whether they can win President Weah. I will not vote for them. And that the same way, some of them, in fact, some of them told us already before while we're in the CPP. At least our own now, we got reason for saying it. For me, I got a good reason that because they damaged CPP, they lie on the oath, they try to damage my candidate. So I will not support them if they go against President Weah. Clear. One thing I know, Mr. Cummings will not force me to do it, sir. But for them, while we're in the CPP, we're all having our good time. They were still telling us that they will not support Mr. Cummings because Mr. Cummings did not come out. He never came out publicly to endorse Mr. Bwaka in 2017. But Mr. Bromsky never did. Dillon, no. Yombly supported George Weah. But when Mr. Cummings now, the man who nobody know, the man who is nothing, they said that the man that stopped Mr. Bwaka from winning. So they were not supporting you. So our own now, what I'm saying, I'm not talking about the other people. I'm talking about myself, Munel Kishen. Munel Quen Kishen Jr., aka the General, will not support UP against President Weah. Will not support them. And I will not be one of the guys who say, I will not support them, I will not vote. That is the day that I will break my stuff. And I would rather prefer Mr. George, Mr. Weah. So don't be afraid. Say, oh, Mooney, you know, we need the guys. We need it. Let me tell you something. There are people in the UP party that are already gone. They will support Mr. Cummings. They get patriotic UP members who will stand up and support Mr. Cummings if Mr. Cummings go against President Weah. And two, maybe President Weah might not get into the first round, into the second round. The second round could be UP and ANC. And guess what? ANC with sedition, all the sedition will support Mr. Cummings because you know what? The sedition has said don't want to see UP coming to power too. Oh, wait. Tell me, I just said something again. Now, Bwaka, George Weah, in the second round, George Weah will win. Weah, Mr. Cummings will win. The Bwaka supporter, the UPJB supporter cannot make the difference because the other UP, the good ones there, will follow Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings and Mr. Bwaka in a second round, Mr. Cummings will win. All the other party, CDC, will prefer Mr. Cummings. And guess what? The one that will follow Mr. Bwaka, the one that will follow Mr. Bwaka, that the one that who say Mr. Bwaka will not prosecute them because the criminals, they're not plenty. The one that in the CDC who afraid, they're not too many, they're not many. But the common citizen who want to see good will follow Mr. Bwaka because they will follow Mr. Cummings because they will not go become Mr. Bwaka because we cannot repeat UP. We can bring UP back, let's be honest. It never happened before saying Liberia. Even you talk to Ellen Johnson right now, she tell you, say, listen, don't waste your time. If you ask Ellen Johnson right now, if they say Ellen Johnson should come and endorse, Ellen Johnson will tell the Liberian people plain blank that if you want to change Liberia, Ellis Cummings is the way. Ellen Johnson will tell you plain blank that Dao, she's the political Maradona right now for Liberia. We might get vexed with her and whatsoever. If you put George Weah, you put all the people and you ask Ellen and say who you think, Ellen will tell you plain blank if you want a good Liberia right now, Ellis Cummings. Nobody going to prosecute Ellen. Nobody going to prosecute her. She did. Hey, Joe, we ain't doing like we can't do it. We can't go. We can't jump over President Weah and start auditing Ellen now. Let be friend now. That one a pure witch hunt. And we're not going to even witch hunt nobody. When they auditing you, it's up to you. The way they audit. I said we're not there to know who is. We're not your name. We're looking at it. If you fall in that category, that's your business. You see. So Liberian people, Mr. Cummings is the way. Let them say what they want to say. Oh, Mrs. Blair can't change the report. They never, even you bring Jesus Christ, they will say, why they can't call the lawyers? Eh? Mo Ali, let me play some of the tapes so y'all will see. I want you to listen to Mr. Bwaka. Let's have live fun now. Mr. Bwaka was on and 50-50 long ago. This is where I say this old man. And 50-50, and T-Max asked Mr. Bwaka, excluding you, who you think can be the CPP leader? He said, nobody. Okay, some people say, well, you know that politics. No, the man said, excluding you. But that same question was asked to Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings said, anybody the CPP carry, they will win President Weah. Mr. Cummings never said nobody. Tell me the old man. Oh, the old man. Let me play the old man thing. Let me listen to him. But you got to open your ears now because he's not too that kind of way. He's sleeping. Amen. I don't want to sleep again. Okay, he open your eye now. He coming sleep again. He coming go down. Hey, poor thing. He coming sleep. He coming sleep. Oh, Papa going again. Then when they say Papa get Chinese out. They can see the Papa get Chinese eye. Okay. They just tap a foot. They just tap the woman foot. Then I mean at the table. Then I mean I'm not recording. Then I'm not recording. Then I'm recording. You know, the Papa,
armed robbery. You might see occur, but things will occur. The problem is, how do you stop them? People are suffering. Go away. They go away, but people call employment. What are those young, even people
I mean, I'm
and
trying to take it. I'm trying to carry
and
let me play. Always. Okay, listen. The same frame. Let me stop this. The framework document that they all complaining about. That's where T Max is reading from and talking to Mr. Boaka and telling him about the vice president and blah 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 blah. The whole 9 year. That the same document today they say not correct. Okay. You see, that's what sometimes I get mad with most of the journalists. But anyway, these people are not running, they're not running a television station. All these things here, they recorded them, it's not edited, it's all on YouTube. You go there and you do your research, you bring it down and you watch it. So it's not like a radio or television station where they do they do the recording and then they go to studio and then they save their stuff. Or like how we had ELTV before, they do it and then they can come back and find the tips, and, But all these things is so even Mr. with the message it's in there, and all these things there. Now, the same document that Yombly and whosoever they explaining that the consensus building, the VPS, and then the primary. But Taylor Ure, the other tip on the other something she said, in a new document, they got all the nonsense like consensus that we don't know nothing about it. You see, now it's the same thing. Mr. Boaka never complains. Mr. Boaka agreed to everything. Even when Mr. Ure was saying about the 5 document, Mr. Boaka sat there and never buttressed his 5 document and case. They said, "Oh, Mr. Ure brought a case, so we know nothing about it." You tell me, man, this is not a witch hunt. It is.
Which led to the good result in the midterm senatorial elections and to consolidate the works of the joint structures of the CPP in the various counties of Standard Bearer for the 2020
And we said the way we were coming up,
time.
I suppose, yes.
Okay, listen to Mr.
So let's look at the CPP then.
Okay, listen to Mr. Boaka from his own mouth. Listen to Mr. Boaka. Please listen to Mr. Boaka.
Let's go back to let's on our way to elections. My question to you is if this process had followed and Joseph Nyimabwaka doesn't come up as the standard bearer of the CPP, will you stay in there or you tell them I see you or I'll go independent?
We went into the CPP with an intention to make sure that we come up with a single slate, that we restore the hope of the Liberian people, that we do not betray the trust of the Liberian people. And we said the way we are coming up with a single slate is by consensus. The consensus doesn't work. We do the VPS. The VPS will not determine, but the VPS will advise.
Will give us a roadmap.
That means that the VPS is going to tell the Liberian, the CPP, this is the person that we believe we will support, and you should listen to us because we are the ones who are going to vote. Then we go to the primaries, and I hope we don't get to that. If we get to the primaries, then in the primaries, with that advice in our minds that this is the way to go, we have to adhere to that. It means that everything within our framework document, we must pay keen attention to it.
Okay, my people, you listen to Mr. Boaka. He's right. But this is the same thing we've been saying over and over. The VPS, the VPS was recommended by Mr. Cummings. The VPS is what Mr. Cummings was looking at because the CPP don't have the money to have primaries in all the counties. They decided to do the VPS. So first they had this consensus building where they all will go into one room and come up with a candidate. But it will be done on a consensus that everybody must agree. If it don't work, the VPS will come out and say John Brown won. That's one of the way. If they win you, you're not satisfied, then you don't go. But let me tell you today, the VPS is what Mr. Cummings was looking at. That was the only thing that could convince Mr. Cummings that, Mr. Cummings, you will not win or you will win. Let me make you to understand today. But do you know why we never ran with it? Because they were sitting like they were the popular guys. They blunder. Look, UP blunder. All they believe that if they walk in the street and talk to support and talk to Liberians, they will say Joe Barker. Okay, good. They talk about that VPS, they fought for Mr. Ure, then say, oh no, they have all kinds of things. Mr. Cummings want to bring this, he want to bribe, and all kinds of things. Finally, because Bility was the one who even said, okay, guys, we can use it, but let it be for a record sake, for record keeping. Now, it was still valuable because the delegates were going to cast the vote based on the consent on based on the VPS. And you know what? The VPS, if Mr. Cummings when if we go through that VPS and Mr. Cummings lose the VPS, my people, this I'm telling you today, and this may God help me, Mr. Cummings was going to be convinced that he will not win anything. If Mr. Cummings and Mr. Boyka was going to tie in a VPS, then you say, okay, we'll go for a primary. Or maybe you win with 1%. So the thing is that if Mr. Cummings are going to win the VPS, it's up to Mr. Boyka not to go. But if Mr. Boyka want to go, they're fine. But all they believe that, oh, if I win the VP, you listen to him, that if he win the VPS and they go to the primary and they lose the primary, they will walk out. That was their plan. But while they had our plans, all in their mind that if we get to the primary and lose, we cannot leave the CPP, because that's how they interpreted the whole thing. No. They believe, no, let somebody tell me I'm wrong. They said, even Mr. Boyka said it, that we'll get to the primary. Well, if they go through all the everything in their paperwork. But Mr. Cummings, now, the delegates, when they do the VPS were going to go to the delegates. Now I look at the people and say, oh, but in the VPS, Mr. Cummings lost the VPS, or Mr. Boyka lost the VPS. There is no way I can give my vote to John Brown, because John Brown in the VPS got 40%. It's not fair. And it will not be fair. Even Mr. Cummings will not accept it. But what we did, we kept it to ourselves, and we were fighting every time we had a meeting. And Mr. Cummings is in our meeting on Zoom. He said, guys, let us continue the campaign. Let us continue talking to our people and everybody. I will go around the country because we must win the VPS. The VPS was our trump card. While Mr. Boyka was sitting down for the last 3 years, Mr. Cummings were all in the counties. That is why Mr. Cummings became the chairman for CPP. He spent his time in all the counties talking to people. But when they realized, they said, oh, damn, Mr. Cummings not take ground. That when they start coming up with black voting, then they're talking about bribing, they're talking about doing this, they're talking about, listen, if I trust my votes, why the other people should steal? No way. I show Mr. Cummings in his delegates, I don't think you're going to get all through. If you could get all 320, then so be it. But sometimes in that thing, you can't get everybody. So this, okay, let's say this. Suppose, why if the Unity Party put up a candidate, ALP put up a candidate, Liberty Party put up a candidate, ANC put up a candidate, 4 candidates, how you think they're going to vote? Everybody's supposed to lobby. I lobby your delegates, you lobby my delegates, I make my case to everybody. Because for me to win, I will have to get somebody from your side. For you to win, you will have to get somebody from my side for you to win. But unfortunately, only 2 candidates in a race. So the 2 candidates in a race, you and I looking to get members from the other 2 that do not have candidates. And there is nothing wrong for me to promise any one of them. In politics, it's not illegal. It's not to give you money. I said, listen, guys, I will purchase motorbike. When we purchase motorbike, since you people say, Mr. Cummings say you buy a motorbike, we need motorbike to run around. We need motorbikes to go places to run camping. Everybody know that. So all that thing you're talking, if Mr. Boyka running, you have to get motorbike for people. You will have to get gasoline, cars, and to move around. It will not be free. It will not be free. So I don't know why people say this thing. Oh, Mr. Cummings getting members. There is nothing in the CPP say don't take members. No, every party is still independent. We only collaborating, but I still can go and look for members. It almost like the CDC, where Congress for Democratic Change taking National Patriotic Party members to register as Congress for Democratic Change. But you sit there and listen to Henry Costa and Mo Ali and Darius Dillon lying, oh, Mr. Cummings going in the other party and taking people. Yes, I can go to any political party and hire anybody from there. We're not running a church house. We're not running no religious organization, because when you go to Japan, St. John 3:16 is the same as the St. John 3:16 in Liberia. But in political party, it's not the same. Your party ideology is different from mine. So I can take the next man from your party and bring it to my party to work for me. There is nothing wrong with it. Nothing. Oh, Mr. Cummings, you got Yombly, Delon, and Zago, they supporting Mr. Boaka. If Benete support Mr. Cummings, is that a crime? Is that a crime? Oh, Mr. Cummings shouldn't get support from the other party. He shouldn't get support from nobody. Stupid people. Bunch of corrupt people. Eh? They see Darius Delon when Zago came up to support Mr. Boaka. He said that you suspend Zago. Eh? By that time, he was all under Mr. Cummings. He was all there with Mr. Cummings, because Mr. Cummings condemned them and said, you stop the damn stealing the vest. That is why Martin Kula left him. Because he betrayed every one of them. Where the crime, which of the crime Mr. Cummings committed? Oh, Mr. Cummings brought the problem in for what? Yombly and others decided that they will support Mr. Boaka. The other people say we will support Mr. Cummings in the ALP. Sambula and all the other guys and say, Mr. Cummings will not support Mr. Boaka. You are not contesting, so we will decide who to support. We will support Mr. Cummings. All of them knew we are going to get, we got supporters in the ALP with everybody. That's negotiation. You talk there is not against the law. Because you Liberian people, you're too blind. You're blind, man, people. You're stopping me. You're sit there for people to come on Facebook and you're just follow people like that. Eh? You just believe in, don't just believe in what I say. Go and I myself, whole damn day I on the internet here, I on all the network looking for all kinds of tip to catch some of the lies. Eh? You're not listening to Mr. Boaka.
Either the consensus or the VPS telling us this is the person we believe in, this is the person that would take down Mr. Weir. And if you go to the primaries and you don't listen, then of course you is a violation of one of the things that we agree to. And then we can make the decisions.
If Jason Dimambata is not the ticket, will you still?
If we stick to all of the things that we have agreed to, we go along with it.
If we stick to all of that, then you go along with that.
Of course, sure. If we go along with all of what I have just listed, I didn't list these things. They are in our framework document. If the VPS is telling you this is the way to go, this is the way we believe in, it's one of those things.
Now, all Mr. Boaka believed that the VPS was going to go his way. But this is what I'm saying. Mr. Boaka was a vice president, popular. Why Mr. Boaka refused to go to the end? Why Mr. Boaka refused to even get to the VPS? Okay, let's forget about Yombly messed up. She delayed. It came to Mr. Boaka where we're supposed to start the consensus and the VPS and the primary. Why he stopped it? He was just going to continue. And even if Mr. Cummings don't want to come to a meeting and whatsoever, look, this whole thing, Mr. Boaka said he was the fixer. All I felt that Mr. Boaka was going to call Mr. Cummings and call Uri and call Yombly and himself with nobody sit in the room and say, guys, we must fix this thing. But instead, gossip. Oh, don't do it, Mr. Boaka. If Cummings don't want to come, we'll expel Cummings. In fact, we're going to expel Cummings. That was stupid one whole day swan on his show. We expel Cummings. We expel Cummings. Cummings that this, Cummings that that. So gossip. And Mr. Boaka fell for it. Mr. Boaka fell for it. Instead of staying in there and fight and keep it together, he allowed them to use him. You are the last, the oldest man in politics right now. The oldest man who running for office in politics. refused and could. That's why Mo Ali made it clear. If we cannot stay in the CPP to compete, how can we compete nationally? How? I will play that tape. I will listen to him. Mo Ali himself said it. Now today, all of them ran away. They abandoned CPP. That Mr. Cummings, take them to court? No. Who took them to court? That Mr. Cummings carried CPP to court? No. Mr. Cummings didn't just say, okay, the blame on you. Mr. Cummings said, I blame myself. We need to sit down and talk. We believe in this thing. We all there. We have this agreement. Even the mouth, the teeth and the tongue, they still live in a place. They bite the tongue, they bite the jaw. But they still live together. Mr. Bwaka had everything under his belt to take CPP to the consensus, the VPS, and the something. But you know what we're embarrassed for? Let me tell you today what we're embarrassed. There was no money. There was no money. The money was not enough because ALP and UP, they didn't pay 1 cent. The last money they were using, that the money that ability pay Liberty Party due, that what Yombly then use. Mr. Cummings, in fact, CPP or Mr. Cummings or the ANC. So, but because they never have money, so they couldn't travel. They couldn't travel. Everybody was going to be the 6,000 and whatsoever, but they couldn't travel because there was no money. No money. That's all. But Mr. Bwaka had everything as an experienced man. They say wisdom, age come with wisdom, but yet still, Mr. Bwaka refused. You could still go and win the VPS. If Mr. Cummings if Mr. Cummings going to lose the VPS, trust me, nobody is going to tell Mr. Cummings, say, my man, you can't win. Because of money, there was no money to have primaries around the country. Or else we will have primaries in every county to decide CPP delegates. That is why they did the VPS. And the VPS is not about calling Spoon radio station and say, hello, I'm voting for Bwaka. No, they will send people out and collect all the data and bring it back. And then they will look at it and say, oh, wow, Bwaka is tapping. Oh, Mr. Cummings is tapping Bwaka. Then they know. Right there, you convince. That is what primaries is all about. But since you don't have it, you got a VPS. That is what it's all about. You understand? So that listen to him again. Yeah, listen to him.
That we agree to. You better listen.
A lot of guys are saying, and I want to put it to you because I know you for years, and so I know you for what you stand. People are saying that you go vice president to Congress.
That hour?
Go vice president to Congress. I will be on repeat performance. I agree because that's what you're going to do. You've been vice president for 12 years. Yeah. So you can't be vice president anymore.
No more. Of course not.
Of course not.
No.
So they go find somebody else to be VP.
Of course, sure.
Will you stay support them if you do?
What?
Will you stay support?
Provided we abide by all what is in the document.
Do you?
You listen to the woman. Every day you ask Mr. Cummings to go as vice president. There is nothing in the Constitution, there is nothing against that. If I was vice president yesterday, I can be vice president today. It's not against the law. The only problem is that if I was a vice president, you don't expect me to be an ambassador. Like how Mr. Henry Costa lied that Mr. Cummings told Mr. Bwaka that, oh, and just get out of the race, I will make you ambassador, I will give you ambassador position. Amen. Even my baby self will not even believe it. My baby will not even believe it. So you see now, how you looking? But our vibrant for 12. Who to you stay on the same position? You manager for this company, they can bring you manager for that company. So when Ellie John, when he was manager for LPMC, when they took him to LPRC as manager, why you couldn't say, man, I can't tell that position. I've been manager before, man. I was manager before. Why you want me manager again on this side? Why you refuse? Why you refuse it? You were manager. They carry you to minister. They brought you back to managing director. You see, they let them contradict themselves. The woman expect the woman to speak wisdom, man.
Foresee this CPP cracking on his knees.
I hope not. We were
Do
not.
you see hating him being played?
Well, there will be, but we are capable of making sure that it works.
That it works.
Yeah.
Is Ellen Johnson on board with the CP with the CPP? Is she part of that because of?
Well, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is a member of the Unity Party and want to believe that she is on board. No matter what people say, we are in a talking society. We are of the belief that this country has to move, and anybody who wants to see the interest of this country should please be on board to make sure that the country get a redirection for the betterment of the Liberian people.
She said Joseph Bakat is good. A lot of guys say Joseph Bakat is good. But Joseph Bakat get health problems. He's old. The old man should go back as he was. There's an old vehicle on your parking in the garage.
That one thing that's a book.
Do you
There's a book is old, but
you still have
I
the
want to
strength?
tell people that good wines come with age.
We're not going to be
Good wine
we're
come
not
with.
drinking wine, we're leading.
We're talking about somebody with requisite experience, somebody who is healthy. You can tell if they every day you hear me moving around. I mean, they are the ones who
Jesus
know what
said,
I'm done.
as a Baptist, Jesus said, the soul is willing, but the flesh is.
This flesh is. You see the flesh. I am as strong as I can be. I am on the move every day. Those people who claim that they are healthy, they are the ones to ask, not Joe Walker. Joe Walker is on the move.
Let's be realistic again. Let's look among the four of the people that are now. You read it.
You're listening to him. Listen to him.
The Joseph Baika, the Ellis Cummings. Which of them could get Joseph Baika the run for the money?
Which of them?
No.
I don't see anybody, because the thing is, I think the Liberian people want to see leadership with experience. You know, the problem about this country is that it's so strange with us that by the time you think people know in Monrovia here, and this is impunity, our people of country deserve the best. Do you know the people of Liberia? So you just think that you just get in Monrovia here because few people know your team, they can call you, talk on the radio, that you can solve the problem of this country? We're not going to take chances here anymore. This country.
Now, this is at that time, Mr. Cummings was the chairman of CPP. When no, it was after when Yombi was chairman. Two candidates, two candidates, two guys, UP and ANC, won the position. Timas asked him a question. You got all these guys. Apart from you, is there anybody in there? But instead, he went into length, he went into it and said, well, we're not taking chances anymore. Now you think that because people know you in Monrovia, then you think you can be president and you think you can solve the problem in Liberia. He was not talking to George Weah. He was not talking to Mr. Ure. He was talking to Alex Cummings. But guess what? Mr. Cummings was so intelligent to say, no, Joe Baka not talking to me because he ain't call my name. He never called my name. So he played a cowardly act, pretending like you calling Alex Cummings the same thing or new man. They never asked him whether George Weah or whosoever. They only talk about CPP and only two parties. Only two persons won that position. Joe Baka, Alex Cummings. You see, but that same question was asked to Alex Cummings. I think I need to play Alex Cummings tape. I will download it. And he said, listen, anybody in the CPP can win President Weah. Mr. Cummings never said, I am the only one can win President Weah. How can a politician say I? When you say I can win, you only got one vote. You got only one vote. Don't assume that the Liberian people are on your side, because right now, presently, there are 900,000 new voters in Liberia. Maybe you know, young ones too. According to records, there are 9,000 new voters Almost a million now in Liberia, around the country, who have not voted. People who are 14 years old, 2017. Imagine 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Guess what? They already 2017 and they were 14. So you got 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. They qualified to vote in 2018. All those young people, they were looking at President Weah, but they are discouraged. They're not Zogos. They're not. They can think. Even the Zogos and all can think. But these people, they discourage about President Weah. No matter what happened, they discourage. That they know the future is not in him. So what they're doing, they're looking at the different path. You think they are only for ANC or they for UP? And trust me, only ANC will know that continue to register people. I see UP registering nobody. So nobody can convince me. You see, people who voted for opposition at the time, they are committed members. People who voted for Mr. Cummings, they are all Cummings supporters, unless some of them die already. People who voted for UP, that people who were enjoying, but after UP lost the election, they switched to CDC. Some of them gone to ANC. They gone because that was ruling party. Everybody was switching to the ruling party. And at the same way, they were switching to CDC after the election, but because CDC messed up, so everybody coming back. So right now, people do want to even run on President Weah's name. Nobody wants for President Weah to hold their hand. So President Weah himself will be fighting for re-election, and all the other senators will be fighting, and all the other representatives. So it's going to be hard. President Weah not coming with no morale. This coming election, President Weah is not coming with no morale. President Weah will not go and campaign for any representative because he'll be campaigning for himself too. So yeah, Mr. Bwaka, he the only man can beat President Weah. So then you need CPP. Why you wasted our time? Why, Mr. Weah, Mr. Bwaka, why UP wasted our time? You know you can win, Mr. Weah. You're stronger enough. Why you agree to come in a collaboration? This collaboration was not organized, put together because of CDC, ANC, or UP, or it never came. Oh, because since you came first last year, I will be behind you when you finish. Then my time to come. You didn't dress right dress. Liberian people, man, we're not joke. You have to
Is
joke, man.
far behind. Can you imagine?
If we take
Like,
somebody other than in the CPP,
Listen,
if
you
we take somebody
other,
other
yeah.
than Joseph Liman Barker, that we taking chances.
I think so very much because
You see, you said that woman disrespectful. If they take any other person in the CPP, they're taking chances. He's the only one can win Josh Weah.
of the experience, because of what
What
Joseph
experience?
Walker brings to the table, I'm sure.
Now, at that time, he was not chairman for CPP. But now, he proved to us that that's a lie. Mr. Barker brought no experience. He got no experience. He failed to control the CPP. He failed to solve problems in the CPP. Imagine 4 parties. If you can solve the 4-party problem, can you solve the country problem? No. All you're going to do, you will relax like President Weah, and things will just go and wait for your six years and move out too. But you can't even solve the problem in CPP. You fail to bring Urek, Mr. Cummings, and Yombly together and say, guys, just stop this nonsense. We will move forward. Let's go to the VPS. Let's go to the consensus building, the VPS and primary. Whoever wins, that's it. But instead, poor Mr. Cummings is saying that yes. We say, Mr. Cummings, leave it, leave it. Mr. Cummings said we can't leave it because if we leave, we can't contest. And I'm not prepared to go independent. So we say, well, when you're in the water, you don't worry about getting wet. We already made a mistake with that already, so we live by it. Mr. Cummings said, if I don't win the primary, I will live with it. I will live with it. And I will do what I'm supposed to do. I will support the candidate. But it mean I'm going to support the candidate with my money now because I want some of them actually they want Terry Jensen asked me if Mr. Cummings don't win the primary, he will support Mr. Bwaka financially with his resources. You see nonsense. So that all these things are waiting for. That all these things they never had the belief that Mr. Cummings will run away. Mr. Cummings not this, because we have never seen a politician like Cummings before. It's like he fell from sky down until people think Mr. Cummings are foreigner. They cursing him. He this. He American citizen. He not nothing. He not this 1 year. Mr. Coming that finger up. He's so gay. He all the thing. Every day you're lying on this one man. One man. Yeah, Mr. Bwaka here. Disrespecting. You ask me, Mr. Coming now one day for us, we talk. But now one day, Mr. Cummings disrespected any of his colleagues. He always say, anybody CPP carry, we will win. It's no disrespect for anybody. Everybody has the right to campaign. Why should deprive him? Why? It's not an entitlement.
The people know within the CPP, they know who is to lead the CPP.
You see, this is what pisses me off. The people know, Yombly knows, Ure knows that the only man can lead the CPP is Mr. Bwaka. You see the BS? You see the nonsense? Long time, but nobody asked that question. At that time, it was all honey on a rack. But we heard it and we talk about it. Some people say, oh, you're not correct, don't do it. You let just slow down. You let do this. That's what we're in today. They were saying, they were giving us the sign. When we talk it, people get mad at us. They say, oh no, you know, we need these guys. We gotta do this, we gotta do that. We can't do this one, we can't do this one. You see it? That's what we in today. That's what we in. We said it long time, people want to leave. They want to leave, but they misinterpreted the entire. Then I said they didn't read it. And Mr. Bwaka admitted he never read the document. He said it in court that the document was too long, so he never went through it. So Mr. Bwaka himself don't know what was in the document. And none of his people, the Secretary General, they never explained to him. All they know that he's supposed to read it. All they know he's supposed to read it. You read it. You knew exactly what in that document. That's why he was lying.
We shouldn't delay ourselves.
You see?
We should take that decision to be able to bring Mr. Weir down.
To bring we are down. We don't just like to bring we are down.
Ah, I told you that already.
Let's look at this. You were in.
Only Joseph Bwaka can bring Weir down. Joseph Bwaka can bring Weir down. We are already got the document from Joseph Bwaka office. We didn't get the GSC report with the $1 million from the vice president office that cannot be accounted for. Joseph Bwaka, what he needs, and the finance minister got all the information to bring out. They've been praying to God. They want to go against Mr. Bwaka. Even President Weir told his people that when I finish with that old man on the stage, he and myself will watch it. President Weir will prepare to campaign against, to debate with Ome Bwaka. You must know, imagine. They say when you play with the dog too much, the dog lick your mother. Why? So that the papa say he the only one who bring President Weir down.
When this war crime thing came up, are you in support of it?
T-Max, I tell you.
Don't think about vote. Don't think about
No.
consequence of war.
No.
How long? You in favor? Yes, I'm in favor. Not in favor.
Very much so.
But you come here, so okay, you can't just say again.
Advocate for when we're in your 12 years. Why you didn't bring that to book? Why you didn't bring that to be?
Did that become an issue?
Yes, it's an issue.
We always known the TLC recommendations.
You didn't
They were
follow
full.
that either.
Oh, we are fully. The Unity Party government implemented the TLC recommendations.
So the
Though
letter,
about 90% of those things were done.
Wait, man, 90%
No,
was
but what
done.
you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about, T-Mac? It was always known that people who committed crimes, that they will account for them. It is known that crime against humanity will not go.
as a man from Foya, do you believe in the integrity of NEC as it is today to conduct free and fair elections?
I cannot say yes to that, but I think, and I believe this is our job now, to make sure that there are reforms at NEC. NEC cannot continue to be the judge and the jury. They cannot. And that's what we're pushing for. We want to make sure. We made sure that the voter roll was not clean. Reasonable work had been done. I think the parties, this country has to agree that the reforms that are supposed to take place will take place. And you take, for example, you're talking about
My question is, your relationship
nothing. It's not WEA's money. It's government funds. And when you talk about the discretion, people stays
Okay, guys.
to the
So
election.
that's the old man. That's what he said. The old man mind was made up. He believed that because Ure said will support you, Yombi will support you. So he said the people in the CPP know I'm the only one. But he failed to do his homework. What I see in there, Mr. Bwaka failed to do his homework, to talk to the Liberian people, to go around and talk to the people, even within his own party. He refused to go for a primary. Okay, so that listen to this other jackass.
Album. Stop calling album. Of the CPP is to have
a politician.
I regret not having Mr. Cummings attend the program today. I regret not having the leadership of the ANC there. I have offended anyone in the CPP if I have done something and contributed to anything wrong. I apologize for that. Well, let me say this from what I know. We were asked to compare 3 documents. The document that was signed on May 19, 2020, the document that was given by the lawyers, and the one that was presented to the NEC. First, it is an agreed fact that the document that was signed on May 19, 2020 was not the document that was presented to the NEC, truly because the lawyers were asked to review and make recommendations.
Is there any plan to kick out Cummings from the CPP, or is there any plan that you have Joseph Yuma Boyka, Ben Nayure, and Yombli Kanga removing themselves from the collaboration?
The only plan I know is to further solidify the unity of the CPP is to have a very united CPP,
A politician.
to have a strengthened CPP. What are all plans? I ain't know about.
Is that a plan that you will fight against once that hit your decks? That listen, this thing is too tough, it's too rough. We either get rid of ABC or we leave CPP. Is that a plan you can assure the Liberian people that you, Mo Ali, you're going to fight against?
Let me ask this question. If we were to run up.
Okay, you're listening to him now. Let me ask this question. You're listening to this question. At the time, Mo Ali was the nice guy. They would stay in the CPP. They're not going anywhere. So this is the question that Mo Ali is going to ask.
Away from competition in the CPP, how are we going to stand a competition? Let me ask this question. If we were to run away from competition in the CPP, how are we going to stand a competition nationally? We will not. For me personally, I will go against any plan that say let's disintegrate the CPP. For me personally, I will go against any plan that say let's disintegrate the CPP. For me personally, I will go against any plan that say let's disintegrate the CPP.
Okay. So these are the people who today giving lies on the CPP document. Okay, let me go through the all this and comments. I see my friend here, Tom Will. Tom Will. He said, instead of you focusing on how criminal defendant comics can be free from the court, you are wasting your time on the biggest opposition leader in the country. Okay, Tom Will, I'm not wasting my time because I know that he's the biggest opposition leader, so you claim, and you still living in denial. I will be running against him, so I'm trying to tell the public how dishonest he is. So don't worry. And he one of the liar and one of the conspirators and one of the backstabber of Mr. Cummings. So I'm not wasting my time. I'm making a case because if he's on the ballot, my man will be on the ballot, and I'm going to campaign against them. So I got two-person ahead of me. I got President Weah, I got Mr. Mbwaka ahead of me. Liberian people put me in the third place, and you yourself put me in the third place if I ask you now. So I'm not wasting my time. Are you? Do you expect me to come and stay here and only talk about President and Weah, and then don't talk about Mr. Bwaka? When Mr. Bwaka betrayed the people, the trust of the Liberian people, Mr. Bwaka, because of Mr. Bwaka, CPP today have been destroyed because it was under his leadership. He said that he was going to fix it. You cannot be in a group and leave. No one is perfect. But for you to lie, okay, you lied. You tried to accuse him, but yet and still, you left. You accused Mr. Cummings. You alleged that Mr. Cummings did X, Y, Z, and no political leader touched that document. The document was not done by political leaders. It was done by technicians within the place. And the only thing that the Secretary General did was to print that document that was presented to them in PDF and make a copy and notarize it and take it to NEC. That was the job of the Secretary General. They had a group. They had another group that was doing everything, that piled everything together. So you see, so if you say I'm wasting my time, thank you very much. I appreciate it, but I am not. Okay, guys. How are you guys? How you ever coming on? Okay, that yes, Mr. Cummings gave a real speech. I've never heard no politician in Liberia to deliver a speech like Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings always on top of topics. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Okay, at least he said, thanks for that information, but brother, but JMB is the next president of Liberia. No noise. God will bless JMB. Please don't insult leaders. Please don't insult anyone. Okay, Fuma. Listen, sometimes you gotta feel that you tell people they're stupid when they're stupid. I don't know. Y'all need to go talk to Henry Costa, who tell people they are swine, who cause people that tell them say my muff, and now your mind power muff. So y'all go on the other side. But this is not a place to make something. For this post, I'm not that stupid. I am not naive. I'm not a dumb. That even if you put a post like this or respond like this, I'm not going to insult you. I'm not going to tell you that's you say Mr. Barker will be, this is a fair and perfect response. Oh, thanks for the information, brother. But JMB is the next president. That's your man. I will not be that dumb to just come up and start crying. So you foolish, eh? But we all know what I'm saying, that Mr. Bwaka betrayed the trust of the Liberian people by going to the court and lying on an oath that he signed 5 documents. And we all know he never signed 5 documents. It was impossible for Mr. Bwaka, to sign 5 documents when the done was done on Zoom. They all admitted that it was done on Zoom. Everybody knew it was on Zoom. How you sign 5 documents on Zoom? Mo Ali never even went around. He never finished it because there is no way to go to Buchanan, come back. But Mo Ali's responsibility was to go and collect the signature no matter how long it takes. But after they signed that document on Zoom, where every candidate, every political leader, and had the document within, it backfire. From there straight to the gov to the lawyers. And yet still, Mo Ali went back and still got the signature. Still got the signature. That's what they put on there. And they registered the party. And Mr. Bwaka confessed. He said he never read the document because it was too long. And this is the same Mr. Bwaka you just listened to explain about the VPS, the consensus building, and the primary in that same document. And Taylor Ure said there is nothing about consensus, there is nothing about VPS, there is nothing. But in that same document, you'll be talking about Mo Ali said the consensus and the VPS supposed to be done in November. Taylor Ure said no, there was no date for the VPS. You see how they conflict, you said they disturb everybody. They lie. And they were lying in different angles. The thing that Librarian don't know. But some of you will not believe it. Some of you can see white and still say it black. You can see the wrong and say it almost look like wrong, but it's not. You can say like what he just said. Well, thanks for the information. That means you got the information. I agree. You accept it. But Mr. Bwaka will be president. It's like you talking to someone and say, Papi, I hear everything you say. Oh. Everything you said are true, but what you say, that means I'm wanting the one for you now. Okay. Y'all will learn it. Trust me, y'all will learn the hard way. We're not giving up on Liberia. We will not give up on Liberia. Seriously. We'll not give up. It will change. Change will come to Liberia. Change will come to Liberia. Change will come to Liberia. It's like the King Jews, eh? You are 100% right. We're doing that already. They're working on it. By June, July, Mr. Cummings, the ANC team, campaign team will be set and will be ready by June. So everything will be ready by June, hopefully by the grace of God, June, July, next month, everything will be okay. Yeah. Molba Soba, he said, you have an Arab background. Why don't you discuss Lebanese? You the dumbest man on this page for today. You said Lebanese. Okay. Then we're not speaking Loma now. I'm an Arab man. I agree. My name is Kishen. I never refuse my father. I'm a Liberian. If you don't take me to be a Liberian, that's good for you. But I'm not speaking Loma to say why I can't discuss Lebanese. I don't know what you mean by Lebanese. This is not Lofa County too. Yeah, my brother. Moluba Suba. Moluba Suba. Suba, that last name. Moluba said that last name. So you the dumbest man from Lofa County. We're not speaking Bandi or Loma or Kisi on this thing. You know what I'm saying? Moluba Suba. Your friend ain't got that Moluba name as a last name. And Suba that last name. So Gabozwo, taking the low for the low, we're not doing it. Thank you. Now you don't want brother. Oh, you say me a Lebanese man. I agree. I agree. My brother. My name is Kishen. I got a global and the Lebanese, and I'm also American citizen. Good. So I'm not speaking Lebanese. Then I love Akante. Thank you. Thank you for telling him, sir. No, no, somebody already telling. I will let them know. He said, stop the lies. George Weah had more for Liberians and Liberia more than any other. Well, I know what you're talking. I know. I don't want to hear it. Guys, we all can make mistake when we type him, but take it easy too now. I beg you. I say I can enjoy the people from Lofa County. You just watch the post. When you see the post when they come up from the way to get attack Mr. Cummings, you know straight from lawyer Gizi. Poto Gizi. Poto Gizi. Hey, Jesus, they Lofa Bene, you're right, people. I will tell you, Jimmy. I will tell you. Eh? Yeah. Mr. Cummings, our next president. Thank you. Uh, you see, we can know all the haters. And we tell you about hater, Luther Doma. He from Lofa County again. He said, let him remain on the board and keep receiving $1 million annually. Liberia presidency does not have that kind of money to pay him. He don't need it. He said he don't want salary. So you see, so you just watch the names. I'm not trying to listen. I love my people from Lofa County. I marry a Pele woman. You know the Pele people and the Lofa people, they almost the same, eh? From Bon County. But look at the names. You can tell Doma from Lofa County. All of them they hate Mr. Cummings. They already suffer. Lebanese. There the man say on Lebanese. He said, dog it. This Cummings dude really wasting money. I see why Kev call him the political drug dealer. uh, you never know. I got you. You never see politician like that before. You know, you never see honest politician. I don't blame you. You know, I don't blame you. You know, they get some parasite, and it's a parasite. Say, I call it this thing like jump. You know, they got it. They don't think look a war room. How they call it? Like, look at it. Always. I don't know. Think it can like almost like a yes. That thing can jump very high. But if you take that little parasite, that little thing like a water, you put it in a jar, a mayonnaise jar, it will jump and hit the top. And when it hit, it will adjust itself. It will never go more than that. It will just go and stop and come back. And if that thing have a child in there, you know that child used to that same height. So it almost like you in a ghetto, you in a drugs era, and you born your child. That child, nothing the child know but selling drugs. That's how Liberia looking. Our role models in Liberia are all corrupt people. We see them giving our big brother job. He working to Freeport every day. He come with two plastic bags. He go low, he get one tinted car. He now be one big horse. I must say, I want to work to Freeport. You know what I'm saying? So you myself, that God bless us, we left the country. It is time for us to tell the people, say, listen, we've been wasting our time. Like the last time I watched Malawala Balawala, I said, but LBS was well. Even the Indian show, and not even like that, I said, I watched Malawala Balawala. I said, don't tell me that's how ELBC used to do the recording those days. Yeah. So, people, that's it. You know, I enjoy sedition when they call him Mr. Cummings corrupt. Mr. Cummings, who worked hard for his money. George, we are the president of Liberia, stealing the people money every day until they who voted for the people, they catch it. Hard time they eating buyer. You know they make call buyer? You're Liberia, you know they call buyer? Buyer is when you steal the Oma lay rice and chicken soup, but you don't get part to cook it in. Then you cook it in the butter cup or you cook it in tomato cup. You go in the back of the house, you take a big butter cup and put the water there and cook your rice. That the buyer, that the big buyer, they get a small one, you cook the small into. They try to cook. When they learn how to cook, they get it. The tomato cup, they cook the rice, they cook the soup, so they actually, and they will get our juice. They don't cook it out. That time was small. They will come and say, Papa, I come from work. I said, we should play all my and pa business. Now, like bro, yeah. Let me see what the other dumb man say again. He said, President, where? In your dream. No, not my dream. In your dream. In your dream. You the one still dreaming about commies. I will behind commies and vet. What are commies win and vet? What are he win and vet? You will not behind commies. You're the one worried. He will not win. He will not win. Y'all be saying he'll not win that he win. Because we're making a case. Why you only thing you do? Mr. Coming again. Mr. Coming finger the document. Mr. Coming finger my girlfriend. Mr. Coming finger my friend. Mr. Coming did this. He will finger you too, don't worry. Okay, he said, my man, you too old to be a pathological liar, man. I understand my Mr. Political drugs dealer coming paying you too. Oh, yes. Let me tell you now, Brian, this is the first truth that just came from out of you. I will not lie to you. I'm receiving up to $7,000 from Mr. Cummings to be on this thing here every day. Mr. Cummings pay me $7,000 to come and talk to your dumb self, Stephen Brown. You so dumb until you worry about what they pay me. You're damn fool, you dummy, you dog. They're not the place for you. You understand? Damn, you are listening to me, oh. You are listening to me, my brother, on my page. Yes, then we'll be on the ground, we'll go places, we'll knock on doors. That's the beauty of campaigning. That's the beauty of politics. The people will hear us. They will hear us. You know, some people just feel that we came to America in 1974 and we've been sitting here in 1974. That we sitting here in 1974. We just been sitting here. Some people believe that we went through the war. Some people believe that some of us we ate cocodoro. They know that we ate red beans. They even know that we ate pan cabbage. We used to face pan cabbage gravy, pan cabbage shortbread, pan cabbage. You not see pan cabbage pancake? You ain't see nothing yet. We ate it. We went through the war. They killed some of our friends. They executed people in front of us. They took people from the land. They killed them. But yet God kept us alive. In Liberia today, the comments we want to. Stevie, I want you to listen to this song. In Liberia today, the comments we want to. Come on, 2023, comments will win the election to go to executive mansion to be our leader. Oh, comments, yeah, the man who we want for our president. Hey, comments, oh, comments, yeah, the man who we want to for our president. You know what I'm singing in Creole for? Because even the president of Liberia, when he's singing, he can sing in a patois, in his Rasta, some Creole. So I'm singing my own Sierra Leone. Come say, that come say, that man where we want to for our president. Liberian say, that come say, that man where we want to for our president. In Liberia today, the comments we want to. In Liberia today, the comments we want to. Come on, 2023, comments will win the election to go to executive mansion to be our leader. Oh, comments, the man who we want for our president. Coming so Alex, the man where we want to for our president. Infrastructure, that coming say, the man where we want to for our president. Law and order, that coming say, that man where we want to for our president. Education, that coming say, that man where we want to for our president. Agriculture, that coming say, that man where we want to for our president. Unity, oh, that coming say, that man where we want to for our president. Yo, with that pressure will kill you. Pressure will dead you. Let me take a break again. I'm taking a quick break. Let me go back to my sponsor. And don't go nowhere, please. Do not go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. Just sit back and listen to this wonderful guy, Alexander Cummings.
Not in the business, you catching fever. You getting serious like anti-river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we're sweeping, we're cutting, we're moving all the way. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we're sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, stick. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you're coming, man, yeah. We coming.
Okay, guys, thank you very much. That's the man. Alexander B. Cummings, anywhere you go, you travel from east, west, north, south, anywhere in Liberia, people know the babies, they all know the name and they make Cummings. That only you who stay lying say Mr. Cummings, nobody know him. Cheers. Okay, guys. When I get vexed, you know one thing I will promise, and I can tell anybody, Cummings will not be like George Weah. The Cummings administration, even you vote for Cummings or not, it is your right to work. You will apply for jobs. It is your right to find a government job. Civil servant now. Don't get me wrong. And I said it before. George Weah don't need to the people who the president appoints, they work to the will and pleasure of the president. Whether you can be you can get a PhD or you get whatsoever. So don't expect for Mr. Cummings to appoint you or for Mr. Cummings to appoint me or whatsoever. Anybody. But under the Cummings administration, there will be no witch hunt. We will not sit there for anybody to fire a civil servant. No. If the government going to lay people off, they will go by the labor laws of Liberia, where you will be paid severance pay. Because if the government employees is too much, they will lay people, they will close some offices down, people will be able to get jobs. But the Cummings administration will not just throw people out. They will not fire you because you're a civil servant, you're sedition, and they will fire. I can promise my life on that. Nobody in the Cummings administration, if Cummings president, that they will fire you because you're sedition or you from UP. But what I will not tell you, if you are assistant minister, you assistant minister. Joey may you assistant minister know that the next man can make another man assistant minister too. Get it to the back of your mind. Political appointment is not a job that is yours for life. If the next president want to keep you, it's up to him. So know that they can remove you anytime once you get into that group. But the Cummings administration will not go. Nobody will fire you as a civil servant because you never vote for Mr. Cummings. I'm telling you that. And I can tell you, and I would never see it happening. I'm not saying that I got the ears of Mr. Cummings. No. I'm just saying it because we will fight back. It will not happen. It will never happen. And the Cummings administration, that is where people will see dignity of labor. Dignity. So a man who's sweeping, you will respect that man as sweeping. When you see that man, you have look, there you go. Tsunami. If Mr. Cummings president, bro, you not see tsunami? Or real tsunami will take place. Real tsunami will take place in our country. You see, Steve Brown, your thinking is so bad. He said, what the heck will Baka go as VP? Well, thank God you listen to the information as vice president again. Who told you you can't go again? Eh? And he went first and second. Something wrong with you, Cummings. Now, you see, I said when they hate you. So when we expose Baka, Mr. T Max Drate asked Mr. Baka question. He said, but Baka, What made you think you can go as vice president to Mr. Cummings? That Mr. Timas asking you. But Mr. Stephen, whose mind is black, that don't think for himself, that don't have an open mind, because if you have an open mind, you enjoy politics. You see, the difference between Stephen and this guy, myself, I can talk to Mr. Cummings if he's wrong. I can tell Mr. Cummings why he's wrong. I can say this. But you can say it to Mr. Bwaka. Mr. Cummings never asked Mr. Bwaka to go as VP. That you're the one say Mr. Cummings to go as VP to Mr. Bwaka. You see, hey, my people, we teach you plenty. Yeah, there again. Cummings going nowhere. Cummings going nowhere. Cummings, Bwaka going somewhere. Bwaka is done. He's dead. Dead, dead, dead. Let me tell you what the boss said about Bwaka. Let me share this. Let me tell you what he said about Bwaka. You're listening to the one at Bwaka. That Henry Costa dead in the home again.
Not going to change. Joe Walker has no fresh ideas. Joe Walker is not able to run this country. He's a dead man.
That's not me. That his supporter. He said, let me say the way it's supposed to be. He said, the Omen get no fresh ideas. The man can run that country. All that thing, the this and that. But after they pay him, and he say a friend them will go support for nothing, they might not get nothing, they might get no motorbike. He turn around and he say, you know who do that? You know the thing called dog? Grown men say wait. If it's more than one, you say we. Only dog can do it and lick it. Only dog can vomit and lick it. That he right there. So, according to him, he said the papa ain't get no fresh idea. You're listening to him, then not me. And I'm gonna say I got vest with the tape. I got vest. Then if I look, I would never do this thing and come back. And so it almost like I already said president, we can be good president. Then I'm gonna come back again and start singing song on president. We are name. It makes sense. So then who am I?
Walking.
You're listening. You're listening.
Not going to change. Joe Walker has no fresh ideas. Joe Walker is not able to run this country. He's a dead man walking. He's a dead man walking, and I cannot support a dead man walking.
So Joe Walker did not condemn tribalism because Joe Walker is a sadistic, unrepentant, unapologetic, tribalistic old man.
You're listening. Now they will say that politics. Oh, and that politics. That time was supporting. I'm not supporting from here. And they get draft face. You know, be friend. Although you're talking about the old man, but these are the points that your hero. That your hero. Look, at my living God, Henry Costa can come out today and praise Mr. Cummings. I would never consider him. Kishan would never consider him because I won't trust him. He would never be trusted. Never. He's a sadistic. He's a tribalistic, unapologetic, unrepentant, tribalistic old man. Wow, the boy know how to speak. That he today, when he ready for the old man, I support him, Mr. Bwaka. Mr. Bwaka never stole nothing before. If I show the other one again, when he go the whole breakdown on the budget, how much they gave Mr. Bwaka, how Mr. Bwaka worth. They put money for group of 77. They didn't do nothing for group of 77. They boy. He wish the boy witchcraft. The boy. Where witchcraft?
That is what Joe Walker is, and that is the only thing Joe Walker knows how to do because he exploits tribalism. So, well, I say,
your hero. That I want you people all be. Oh, Pedro. Here Costa gets on that picture on Messenger. Playing with the people's daughter. Or on his. Tell me. That boy get drafted. You get drafted. It get dry. I begin dirty. I know he watching it because I share it on his page too. In his inbox, they show in his inbox. He will watch it. He will watch it. Oh, we keep the heat, man. The general is on. We don't joke. We don't joke, my dear. Make sure you remind me now. For I can see my good time people that small. Hey, yeah, y'all talk to Brown. Brown, relax, Brown. Good women, good people telling you, relax, Brown. Listen, I support you on that, and I'm telling you, you just took it out. I was talking to one of the guys and say, listen, it's over. We need to stop. Mr. Cummings need to stop answering questions about framework. If nobody understands it today, that's your business. We not look. I said it before in my opening that this case, do not be afraid. They will never make a decision if they want to take it to 2023. We will take it to 24, 25. Because when the prosecutor finish with his witnesses, Mr. Cummings' lawyer will come in with their witnesses. So the same people will bring them back. And from that court, campaign starts. Every time Mr. Cummings enter the court, when he come out, we'll have a rally at the Temple of Justice. So I'm not worried. We embarrass them. The bone that they swallow, they will shut it up. Don't worry. Don't worry. They will shut it up. They will shut it up. Let them keep wasting time. They slowing Mr. Cummings down, who will stop him from going this and that. But like where? Like, bro, got to change the deserve. Liberians deserve better. Seriously. We need a leader. We need a leader. And I told you, look, I said, I know the sedition. Herod Doe said, Gerald, and you live in New Jersey. What happened to your state 2014? Heavy flood came and carried many people homes away. You know, I say seditions, they are the worst Liberians, I swear to God. And in fact, they're not sedition, they weird ones. They state the playground that George we have built. They water all over the place. You know they start doing? They all on the internet session. Who told you say don't? And guess what? Where the floods are in that place, they near the river. It is near the river. Where we built the playground in a hole. If any one of you ever went Carway before, when you're on the street of Carway, they built the street up. When you look down the hole, when it rains, everybody in that place, the place water. If you want to build in Carway, you must build up the place to level the street. But if you build down the hole, forget it. It's not for you. When it rains, that whole place that swamp. Where they built what the place they said, the Atlantic City and all the places, it flooded because the river came in the city and came also. But is that the question? So that the same way again when Georgia was spying, just start bringing other people. By the time they say no light to the airport, You brought another place where there was no light. Tell me, sedition. Oh, sedition. We are wins, I swear to God. What? Yeah. Damn it. You got a problem, oh. Dorothy, no problem. When I'm tired, I will sleep. I will sleep near my wife. When I'm tired, then I will get up tomorrow, take shower, have my breakfast, and go to work. And come back again. And I will talk again. And you will watch me again. That you don't want worry, Mr. Cummings will not be president. That you don't want worry. I will sort of be worried, and I worry. If Mr. Cummings not president, I will not worry. I'd rather stay with Mr. Cummings than to stay with the corrupt people. I'd rather stay with Mr. Cummings than to go behind corrupt politicians. So, man, don't worry, man. The only thing you will watch me, you myself will go to bed together. You watch me when I tire, you go. So when I tire preaching, you go to bed too. And then I go to bed. Yeah. So hey, 50-50. Don't worry. 50-50. What opportunity for USA, Canada? They put it, what the number for? What is for? Just start putting your skin thing there. How the people know? Larry G. Duncan. You know what I like about you, Liberian? You read the report. You said the woman said that she won't be she won't be held responsible for what she said in that report. The first thing is that the woman did the investigation based on the documents that she received. And the documents she received, the thing I don't like about Liberians, so you read the entire report, but you look at the disclaimer. The fact of the matter, the report that they did, what they look at, they did a forensic to see if this document was tampered with. They gave them all the information from the chat rooms, the same information that in the court, the one that Serena Cephas gave, the one that Mr. Ure brought in, they took it and gave it to them. And they look at it. They are expert. You think they're there to lie? Whatever she put in there, she didn't say that she can't defend what she put in there. You can ask her if you lie. He never did a detector test or what lie detectors or whatsoever. But what can you guys are so look, Liberian people, please. The people you're following, the people who against Mr. Cummings, every one of y'all say you're dull, you're dumb. That how you're been changing the framework, changing it, including the Constitution Article 17, and all you're changing it. Right to associate and disassociate, no. Right to associate and refuse to associate. That's what the Constitution says. Then today I said disclaimer. How in the world the woman will tell you that the report that she put together, she's not responsible for, she can't take responsibility. No, what you gave her is what she looked at and she came up with a report. But you're quick to change things around. And I bet you here and though, I bet you never went through that document. You just listen to DC. You listen to Heron Costa. You listen to the same people who accuse Mr. Cummings that the people you listen to. Damn, these guys, I swear to God. Y'all got trouble, Labrador? We change. We change. Plenty of y'all will change by force. No, instead of that, in fact, instead of Trocon were there today, instead of talking about the problem to solve it, he said, no, it can't happen. He said the people lie on the tape. He said the tape is a made up tape. There was no water at the stadium, at the place. Look, when IE practiced, at the time IE was using our fee, I'm an IE supporter. I was TM for IE. We practiced on our feet. 98, I was TM for IE. That is where we're practicing. I have Manan Peter and Sitori coach. When it rains, we do not practice on our feet. No way to even go there because that whole place is swamp. So they said they put a drainage there. Okay, the rain stopped. It stayed for some time. The water dries away. You went there and looking and saying that it can't be. It can't be. We got a drainage here. The water was there. You don't see it. You won't justify. You want to give excuse and whatsoever. That is the problem with us, man. That is the problem. Why you won't worry about in America when light goes at the airport, people get generators stand by. Damn. Oh yes, the lion will strike in 2023. I'm not worried about butt naked and Red Costa, man. What happened with Timothy Josh? 2,500. Small money. Yeah. $2,500. And the one Maggie gave, he said, my man, just gave that man. Maggie put right where he went, you would know. You ain't talking about Maggie house. The house Maggie built on the thing that Maggie built over the Farmington River. You hear Costa talking about it. Oh, big, yeah. Costa will not open your mouth, Maggie. No way. No way. You're not open your mouth on Maggie. How are you, Rebecca? How are you, ma? Rebecca, all the way from Labrador watching me. Hmm. I tell you, man, when I support it, the moment lie too much. See James Colley Jr. from all the way Canada. 12 years they fail. You liar. Thank you, man. We stand together. We stand together. Yeah. We stand together. I tell you, man, people have all kinds of plans, man. Eh? Yeah, oh. Don't. Yes, Mr. Promise, promise. He said, save that tape, Munel. He says, save that tape. Hold me. My money will be used to fight corruption until I leave. Heartless thou, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the one who got us in this mess, which is true. And what I just said is was I said, even with Ellen, you bring her today, she will tell you, say, I won't lie to you, only Ellis Cummings can face it. I said it because Ellie, look, Ellie is, you see, look, this is what we did when we made a big mistake. George Weah failed to audit Ellie. That was his responsibility to do that. So Ellie got a strong rapport out there. George Weah have never proven Ellie wrong that she did something. When George Weah said, "Oh, the government took over," blah blah blah, Ellie can say that I left money there. He can't argue. You see. But what I'm saying here is that as much as Ellie did all these things to us and whatsoever, but if you put all these people down today, Ellie will tell you the straight talk. I'm just saying it's a hypothetical thing. I'm not saying him me, but I believe that if you put them down, and Ellie want to be honest, she will tell you, say, Mr. Cummings is the best choice for Liberia right now. That's what I'm trying to say. Madeline Mayonga, how are you, my girl? Please explain the disclaimer again. Why is it necessary for the international? Uh, you see the wonderful disclaimer, Henry Costa and others, they brought it up. They say, oh, the people said they're not responsible for the report. How the people say they're not responsible for the report? How they would say so? What you gave me is what I investigate. What they requested for. My camera is dull. Let me see. Let me change my camera a little bit. So you gave them report the document that Mr. Cummings gave to the lady is the same document that is under investigation today. One, they said that Mr. Cummings forged the document. So we gave them everything from the lawyers, the videos, the text messages, and everything that is they're going through today. That's what the people go. So if the people say disclaimer, I don't know. I don't know. Let the president explain it. People, they don't know these people. The organization is a reputable organization. They have been doing these things around the world. Eh? You think the woman a white woman, Mr. Cummings a black man? You think that white woman going to put her neck on the line for black men? You think a woman come to prove what to say? Oh, let Mr. And to be frank, when you check yourself, let Mr. Cummings say pay that money. Because the people ask me, Cummings, what's going on in Liberia? The people are we hearing that the people saying this and X, Y, Z, because they know the individual, they say it's impossible. So what happened? They recommended one of the best in the business. When it make your vest, you bring another one to investigate. You bring another guy to do a forensic, let them go ahead. But you're making things too hard for yourself. That jealousy, that comes own money, man. That comes own money, oh, but I get vest. That comes own money. Look, I still believe that President Weah might not even contest the election. President Weah is not even behaving. Yeah, CDC and ANC no different. They are Liberians. You lie? No. Weah do. Tell me two last name. CDC and ANC is no different. You know why? Because they are all Liberians. So what else you want to know? They're not foreigners. They are Liberians. Yeah, they are Liberians. I like the tonic water. We got a quinine in it. So ANC, CDC, they are Liberians, so they look the same. Even we are UP the same. We're all Liberians. It's just that some of them is do that kind of way. How are you, my daughter? Christina Cole. I don't forget about you, man. I got a lot of things I got to take care of. Relax, hold your heart. Things will be good. He said, we are all opposition, but you ANC folks put Mr. Cummings in the mess he find himself, sir. So we are doing until you ain't make no sense, man. You don't force. You don't need to put anything in here. How you say ANC put Mr. Cummings and we all supported Mr. Cummings? How will put Mr. Cummings into a mess? Some people just need to talk here. So just go. Well, you can put your full name. You Godwin W Do. We are Do is my Facebook name. Okay, my name is Munel Kishen. My Facebook name is Munel Kishen. So if you put we are Do, you're not supposed to tell me I said I do first name. So what you expect me to do then? The thing of my business to campo. So we are Godwin. Okay, Godwin. Godwin or Godwin. Let us unite and come together as opposition and unseat CDC. But you see, Mr. Doe or Mr. Cummings is not the one who Mr. Cummings didn't care what it means. Ben, I read the court. Now you're the one took Mr. Cummings to court. You know the party took CPP to court. When you say let's come together, Mr. Cummings is still part of CPP. The other Liberty Party, Ability, is still part of CPP. The other people say they're not part of CPP. So why you need to talk to Boaka and Euro then to come back and can settle the differences? Or two things they can do: come back and amend that part of the document and take off the clause that say go, and they go. You know what I'm saying? But Mr. Cummings didn't care about the court. They don't want sat down and allow Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings, when Mr. Cummings was chairman of CPP, that's when George Weah government, the CDC people would say, wow, CDC, ANC2, CP powerful. Because Mr. Cummings showed to them that CP was powerful. Mr. Cummings opened all the offices for CPP. It was not opened by. For example, Mr. Cummings traveled around the country to open everywhere he went. He opened office for CPP. When Yombly took over, Yombly only stopped in Ganta. Yombly never went to Cape Mount, never went to Bomi Hills. Yombly never went in the southeast. In Maryland, Sano, Grand Gita, River G, she never stepped there. Even Ure never stepped there. None of them. Mr. Cummings was the only guy from the CPP who visited Maryland, Sano, River G, Grand Gita, River Cess. None of the other political leaders did it. None of them. Boaka stopped in, went to this place here, and Sani Kole finished. Ganta, now Ganta said, but Ryan Sani here, Ryan Sani Kole there, and came back. Yombly, she didn't even go there herself. Ure went there. It was just recently Yombly went to Bomi Hill. She never went to Cape Mount. She never went all the way up to what the place needs and Bopolu and other places. Mr. Cummings visited all these places and opened offices for CPP. Why we can be honest to ourselves? Why we can't call these people out and say, you guys was the one that spoiled the CPP? Eh? Yes, Mr. Cummings wanted to be the Senate bearer. That's what the document said. Only 2% wanted. So they say, go and talk, speak to the people. Mr. Cummings, everywhere he spoke, he mentioned the name CPP. There's no disrespect. CPP will defeat George Weah. There's no disrespect. CPP will anybody CPP bring will defeat George Weah. Then why we should be the one lying and to make other people feel good? Oh, you know, the opposition not together. No. You brought a confusion in the CPP. Mr. Bwaka was the last leader of the CPP. His responsibility as an order statement, and they say age come with wisdom, was supposed to call Ure and call these people in behind closed door and say, guys, we need to stop this thing here. Let us go to the primary. Under the Bwaka administration, he was supposed to do the consensus building in the VPS and go to primary. He never did it. He never did the consensus building. Then you worry about, oh, Mr. Cummings, he can't do meeting. Only one meeting Mr. Cummings never show up to, because Cummings wanted to solve the problem first. Cummings wanted, first Mr. Cummings said he should apologize. And he said, listen, they need to apologize to Liberian people. So what Mr. Cummings did? Mr. Cummings never talked you read the court. He don't want to talk Mr. Cummings to court, and Mr. Cummings forged his signature. Mr. Cummings never touched the document. Ure never touched the document. Bwaka never touched the document. The document was given to other people in the high committee working on it. So what part Mr. Ure touched on that, Mr. Bwaka touched on, and Mr. Cummings touched on that document? Where? How Mr. Cummings would change something when he's not the one that doing it? And this document was done by committee. All what his name did was to print it out and send it in. Man, that be fair, man. Please. Please. As much as you, even if you don't want Mr. Cummings, but be honest enough. Let God bless you too, man. Be honest enough and say, listen, this thing here, there were 3, 4 guys in the thing here. The other 2, you ain't treat Mr. Cummings right. The process have not started when Mr. Ure came out and said, I will support Bwaka. Leaders always the last to make decision. In America, you guys live here. When Joe Biden was contesting for the primary, and Barack never came out to support Joe Biden until he knew that Joe Biden had everything, and then he went and endorsed Joe Biden. He was trying to avoid it. But Mr. Ure, within no time, the document was not even together. He said, I will support Mr. Bwaka. You think it was fair? And you went out, you had a press conference, and you tarnished this man's reputation. You tarnished Mr. Cummings. Who is Mr. Cummings? He just came from over there. He won't come here to be president. And he met our old man here, Mr. Bwaka. Mr. Bwaka been vice president. That he the wants to be. Who is Cummings? After 25 years, I see Cummings. I just saw the man appearing. Then he wants to be president. But this was the same Ure, man. This was the same Ure who, right after Mr. Cummings, 8 months, praise Mr. Cummings. Eh? Praise Mr. Cummings like hell. The same Ure.
We bring you greetings from the All Liberian Party. Firstly, we want to use this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummings for his stewardship of the collaboration over the past 8 months. Mr. Cummings, we at the All Liberian Party want to seize this opportunity to congratulate you for what we believe was a job well done. And people, it's very difficult to control 4 political parties, all having ambition, all wanting positions, and all with diversity of views. And we want to use this occasion only to congratulate you, Mr. Cummings, but to recognize your style of leadership, always calm and collected.
Listen, this is the same man who took Mr. Cummings to court. That's the man who took Mr. Cummings to court. Turning over to Yumley, this guy went there and praised Mr. Cummings. Your style of leadership, you calm and collected, and Mr. Cummings, all that thing, Mr. Cummings never attacked Mr. Ure one day. Mr. Cummings was stay focused. He said, "Oh, don't worry, things will be fine. You're not worried, things will be good." That is same Ure. That the same Ure. So all those years, you read the document. Mr. Bwaka himself said he never read the document. Then how you say that document you signed? He went to court. He said, "I didn't read the document, sir." Then how you know that the document you signed out the same document? Tell me, even if you don't want Mr. Cummings, you need to lie. If you don't want Mr. Cummings, you don't need to lie. Even if you're a supporter of Mr. Bwaka, don't lie on Mr. Cummings to me. Don't lie on Mr. Cummings. These are the people praising Mr. Cummings. This, that, blah, blah, blah. Let end this tape here so I can go to bed.
Even when you are being attacked, you still exhibit that. So we want to congratulate you. We bring you greetings from the All Liberian Party. Even when you are being
holistic old man.
He's a dick. That way, whatever decision is made, it will not be me alone.
This other guy, I said Maggie put the ball into a situation where he done for life. This conversation was between Henry Costa and Maggie. At the end of it, you hear Maggie say, "Okay." Then he said, "Don't get Fagon involved. This is not about political party, it's COP. And you know what I did in June? What I did in June, the June 7th, how we did the June 7th, that how we want to do this other one. Look at, listen, ball. Look at that kind of nonsense.
Yeah, so we engaged about it, and that means, and the way to do it is the government invites us to a discussion, June 7th. There's nothing wrong with the government reaching out to its citizens. In fact, it makes the government look, I have built the
There is nothing bad about the government reaching out to the citizen because it made the government look good. So the people not notice it. I finished talking to my man there already. Jehovah we did in June, Jehovah we did for June 7th, that the same thing we will do. Amen. They bought poor people, children in the street. Look how the children were all on him. Because our hero, our hero. I must say, I was so proud. I said, "Yeah, this boy brave. This boy brave." But you see, some of us, we the one can take the cow to the river, but we can't force the cow to drink. If I take you to the river, you don't want to drink, I will leave you there and at your damn business. When you drink, you can follow me.
For us to go to the table. So let the government officially invite us to the table, go to the table. So I mean, anything that's agreed upon there, it will not be a Henry Costa alone thing. But the guys are definitely open to the discussion. That's what I've done. So tell your people if they genuinely want to engage. Yeah, but I was saying, but you are concerned about guarantees. Where the guarantee is to engage the body, and I have already begun to build a consensus with the body, and then it makes the government look good. It reaches out to its citizens, as it did on June 7th. No COP, they're not party, no party involved. In fact, no party will be at the discussion table. So let the government engage with its citizens, not political party. Communication will, it will make, like I said, it will make the government look good. that the government reach out to its citizens. Nobody can condemn that kind of effort. So let them do the outreach, and then we will bring our people to the table, and then we'll talk. So whatever happens there, it becomes binding on all, and not just on me. Then when I look like, oh, Henry Costa is the one that went and did this. No, the government reach out to its people, and we talked. It's not party, it's CO, which is like
Our copies of the framework document.
let's give dialogue a chance.
May 19, the framework document was signed.
Let's give dialogue a chance. I can way behind the scene now. Government issue a stick. It cannot come from a man like Falcon. Go tell your people.
Look, we signed a framework document. May 19, the framework document was signed. Copies of that document should have been forwarded to each political party. Because there were 5 copies we signed. One for each political party and one to be taken to NEC.
Okay, my people. You look at Yombly, Mr. Bwaka on the other side. None of them agree with Mr. Ure on the 5 documents. That 5 document we signed. How can you sign 5 documents on Zoom when everybody had their own copy to sign? You see, that the same conference, so he go home, listen to the one. He never went home and said different thing on the same office. The same office. This criminal will lie. He will give you 2 stories. None of them won't agree. They just bending your head down at this. Why this man making up the story, man? Liberian people, the thing was done on Zoom. But he said he turned over 5 copies to Mr. Cummings. You let continue that. You let enjoy the fun. After this one, I will go to bed. My wife waiting for me.
As of today's date, we have not received our copies of the framework document.
As of today's date, we receive our copy. Nothing. But why will you give Mr. Cummings the 5 copies? Give me 5, then I give it by you 1. And the first thing again, nobody can notarize 5 documents, the same document. If you ever you can't carry the notarize. No. For transparency purposes, you do not notarize the same copy 5 times. Unless maybe you're going to somebody, you're going to different group apart from you. But why will you give Mr. Cummings 5 copies? So do what with it? Why you keep your copy? But no, it actually was done on Zoom. So after they signed on Zoom, Mo Ali went around and collected the copies from them. Wait. They said no. Mo Ali took 5 copies and went around. But then how they were on Zoom signing? What they were signing? So Mo Ali took one day, it took Mo Ali 45 minutes to go from Nima. He went to Bikano and signed. Yombly signed in Bikano, and Mr. Euros in Banga. Mr. Bwaka was in rehab. Mr. Cummings were on 5th Street. Then after Mo Ali did everything, then he took the document that same day and carried to a Luscious store. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Wonder shall never end. Shall never end.
Over the past
Oh no, man. That's what I want.
We signed a framework document.
Without that,
oh man.
Look, we signed a framework document. May 19, the framework document was signed. Copies of that document should have been forwarded to each political party. Because there were 5 copies we signed. One for each political party and one to be taken to NEC. As of today's date, we have not received our copies of the framework document. I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy of all of my sources in this.
The document that was submitted to NEC, that was a photocopy. So, but NEC received it. Do you know what make documents genuine? If I go and photocopy this thing here, I'm supposed to send it to an office and they say they want it notarized. And I photocopy it. And I take a regular pen and I sign it. And I went and notarize it. They will accept it. It's genuine. But he said the person told him his source of income, his source of the whole thing. Somebody informed him from neck that the thing that man brought in a photocopy. But then listen to him on the Costa show now. He on the Costa show.
Process. It's a funny television show that people go on and make all kinds of remarks about people. And I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy. I turned on my television one evening,
two sources of
and I heard
information.
people
Two sources
quoting things from the framework document that nobody will be able to leave. And even if you leave, you will not be able to fuel a candidate into the elections. I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy. Then that morning, I called my chairman and I told him I wanted a copy of all the framework documents that he had.
Now, this is the man who said he don't have copies. He don't have it at all. But when I saw it, they were on TV talking. Then I called my chairman the next day. I said, give me copy of all the framework. This man thing was stupid. It's only two framework they had now. The first one canceled and the second one. But he said, I called my chairman, give me all. More than one. You can't amend a document and that document that you amended is still valid. It's not valid again, Mr. Ure. No, Mr. Ure. And know the supporters. Please, when you amend this thing here, if I change it, it's done. It's the new one that we'll deal with. The new one is the one that we're supposed to deal with. So how you in the war that you call and say, bring all. Tell it a 4-5 copy. But at the same time, he's saying get it. But then bring your own copy, they can show the copy now. But how you know the thing was temporary? And still they can show copy. Eh, they got it. Yeah. Oh, la bravo, the poke also, the teach.
He immediately forward them to me. I called Liberty Party's vice chair. I wanted
he couldn't talk to Billy Taylor. He called it vice chair.
All the framework documents, that he had in it.
The guy standing real and give me all the framework document. Get me compare it with the other one then. So what you are comparing with? So oh Jesus, man.
Possession. And both of them, forwarded those documents to me. I went through the documents and I said, wow, this is serious. Because the lawyers did.
Okay, guys. The first document that they signed, it's true. There were no exit clause in there. That was the first document. There were a lot of things not in there. It was not binding. It was not strong. There were so many things that were weak. And the lawyers recommended 10 items. Among the 10 items is the exit clause. That to make the thing strong for the Liberian people to believe you, because when you look at coalition in Liberia, it never worked. From 1952, when the guys that were trying to go against President Tubman, when President Tubman changed the constitution, and then they came to one party state, and nobody said nothing, it failed. Then Charles Taylor time, they tried, it failed. Even 2017, it failed. So they put this exit clause, and even the exit clause is not only in 8 alone, in 7. In 7, as of today's date, when you sign this document, you are binding. You will not leave the CPP until after 2023, 6 months after 2023. Then the next thing is collaborate. It's a merger, because it can be a collaboration again. So they say after 6 months, you guys can decide to merge and stay together. It's up to you. It's in there. So as of from the day they sign, then in Article 8 now, where they say the 5.1 or whatsoever, that's the one. If you want to leave, you got to go through this other rest, to go through this process, and complain of this and that and blah blah blah. But if you leave, you will not represent your party, will not contest, because they try to hold everybody. But what they were trying to do this for, it was not a bad thing. Maybe they believe that if Mr. Cummings don't win, he will leave, and that was the plan. If Mr. Cummings don't leave, he will win. So UP, ALP, and these other guys never trusted the ANC, especially Mr. Cummings. They say the guy, they may get money when he leave. If he don't win, he will leave, and ANC will go on their own. You see, not knowing was the other way, and this man read it and said, "Okay, guys, I agree. Let's stay there." So he went in a way, honest man, but then other people were in it that, no, this thing would need Cummings, because UP was done. UP was smart enough to bring the whole CPP, the talking and other things started with UP, which is truth. And they brought it into them. Liberty, ANC, and ALP was not part of the first group, was never part of the first group. But when they brought Ure in, they make Ure the chairman. Then from there, man, you're listening to him, man. You're listening to the guy. The same, look, let me tell you something. This man just lied in a press conference. And in the same press conference, where he said we never got the document. But this man admitted in the same press conference that the lawyers did an amendment. So if they did an amendment, that first document that he's talking about, 5, is not existing. It's out. It's finished. That document is dead. So the document that you're talking about, which is true, let you say that 5, it was 6, it was 7. When they signed it, it never went out. It never reached to the door of NEC. It never even got out of the office. It was turned over to a lawyer. And this is the real truth Mr. Ure is giving now. He forgot already that he just lied. Y'all listen to him. He go home in the same press conference after he drank the water near him.
Do an amendment of the framework document. And they did it under our advice and consent. The amended copy, we have copies of.
Pam. So you tell us now. The amended copies, that's where they got the exit clause, the blah, 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 blah. 10 different things. They changed the one they say, when you don't pay your dues, they should expel you. They changed it to suspension. They changed different stuff, that if you want to leave, you got to go through this process, blah, 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 and that's it. If you sign today, you're part of the CPP. And in that same thing, they say, once you go to the convention, you are under the rules and regulations of CPP. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. God help us.
It still wasn't a document I was filed into NEC.
Okay, now, he said they got the amended copies, but that was not the document filed to NEC. Mo Ali admitted that the document the lawyer did went to NEC. Okay, the question we asked you, the amended copies that you got, bring it. They can't bring it. They don't have it. They said they didn't get it. They said they don't have it. After they complain, they didn't get it. ANC went back again. They went back again and gave it to them. They gave it to them again. After they say, oh, we didn't get it, oh, and this and that, oh, and blah, 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 blah. They give it back to them. These are all the signature. for Liberty Party. Williams, G. Williams signed for Liberty Party, the receptionist. And F. Alfonso Y. Bele signed for Unity Party. All Liberian Party, Henry Flomo Sr. signed for All Liberian Party. His position is the National Youth Advisor. That is signature with the telephone number on there. 077. I'm gonna call it, but yeah. All this, they don't want sign. You see it? So I don't understand these people. I can't understand these people. The copy you got. Now, after that, they say, oh, the document are black and white. Yes, the document is black and white. Black is a color, white is a color. The front part of the page is color. The document itself, the front, the logo is in color. But the one at neck, the color is not bright. It's a color. It almost like when the ink finishing whatsoever, but it's a color. It was notarized. The same thing that we have here, the same paperwork, the same thing, the two documents. We got the two documents. These are the two documents, my people. I don't know what the guys, how they came about with this, how you just got up and start putting lies together. This was the first document. It was done, finished April 25th. That when everything was piled together. Then May 19, Mr. Cummings took over May 19. And they signed this document on Zoom. When they signed the document on Zoom, this document, you see the daylight. All this document, there's nothing in it. The membership, there's no article 8 in it. They never had the essay clause, it's truth. It was a vague, it was a dumbing something. All political parties resign from the alliance for cause or is dissolved by the National Election Commission. And they say unless when you want to leave, they put it down. You want to leave, they will dissolve by the Election Commission and all kinds of things. Then they say they got in this one, they got section 5.511. Causes shall be not limited to inaction of other parties to probe a matter concerning the action of a member party against the party in reasonable time. So the structure, the wording, the lawyer students say, listen, all the nonsense you did here is for nothing. All this thing here, anybody can leave. Anybody can leave. Then they came up with this. May 19. May 19. So that 25th document, the first document you saw, that was the document they amended. They changed part of it. When they changed it, because they signed it on May 19, everything was done May 19. So you see, when they said Mo Ali should go and pick up the signature, the first time Mo Ali never went there because it already backfired. We're not using the document, so the document already went to. So Mo Ali had to go and finish his work. He finished his work. He went and collected all the signature. So when Ure was signing, Ure still put May 19 because it was on May 19 that they all agreed. So what they did with this document was what? Amendment, which Mr. Ure earnestly said the thing, the real truth.
The amended copy,
you see,
have copies.
Listen, he
To
said
the documents, and I said, wow. the framework document, and they did it under our advice and consent.
The 5 document you're talking about.
The amended copy, we have copies of. It still wasn't a document our file.
He catch himself. He caught himself and said, oh shit, I just lied. But nobody pick it up.
We did sign a framework document.
Nobody pick it up.
4 political parties signed a framework document. And under his leadership, he convinced us that there was a need to have lawyers look at the document and put it in legal perspective. We agreed. So the process began. The last we heard of it is we had a meeting at Liberty Party's headquarters, and the lawyers all showed up. Most of them showed up, and they brought to our attention all the major changes they made in the framework document, and they explained why, and we all concurred with the thing. Now it was left for them, for the chairman and the executive committee or who are working on this document to have gone back and compiled the document. After compilation of the document should have been brought back to each political party. And the political party executive committee, we have met and approved or disapproved of the document. In the instance where all the executive committee approve of it, then the political leaders would have signed the document and the amended document and taken to next. That didn't happen. And we must work together to ensure that we don't disappoint the Liberian people.
The document itself carries May 19. The document coming submitted, the type of the document, the date on the document is May 19. They post signed the original document on what? April 25th.
Don't stay with Cummings, you should sleep with Cummings. You see, these are some of the things that it pisses me off when I see people who think they're supposed to be an intellectual, who's supposed to be smart. And you think that they're smart, but their heads. And let me show you something. This is his graduation picture to show how dumb. Graduating with degree is not me. That doesn't mean to be an educated person. It's what comes from out of your damn brain that will make you to be a smart man. You say I should sleep with Cummings. Do I look like a gay? Do Mr. Cummings look like a gay to you? I want to really tell you something about other people watching. Some people, they got no respect. You see them, they look so nice, but their brains, every one of them, when they get their online degree and other stuff, and they get it, put it behind their head, to them, it's too smart. Stupid people. Okay, this other man saying that the document, he said the document was signed April 25th. Mr. Cummings actually took over May 19th. April 25th, Mr. Ure was the chairman. When they signed the document May 19th, Mr. Cummings took over. But look at this fool. The one he always used, swine. Listen to this swine, and he will agree later on as if he never uttered it from his mouth in another podcast. These are the things we're talking about. Then you say he's a hero? Sometimes I would never withdraw. I would never apologize. I support you, but when I know that you are crook and I take my support from you, you will never get it back. If I take my respect from you, you can never get it back, no matter what happens.
May 19 on the document.
May 19, the framework document was signed.
He passed it in.
The document itself carries May 19th, while the notarized page carries two different dates, and the confirmation of receipt by NEC has a date that is different from the submission date. The document itself carries May 19th. The document coming submitted, the type of the document, the date on the document is May 19th. The post signed the original document on what? April 25th. The document coming selling May 19th on the document.
May 19th, the framework document was signed.
The day you turned over was the day the document was signed. So now, you see, you listen to him on his own show now. Oh, so the day you turn over that the day the document was signed, yes, stupid, swine. The day Mr. Cummings took over, from in the morning to 2 o'clock, Mr. Uri was still the chairman. 3 o'clock was the program. Mr. Cummings took over. That's when everything was signed on Zoom. Mo Ali was supposed to go around and collect all the signature. That was his job. Now, when that thing came out, the next day it backfired. They decided to give it to a lawyer. May, June, July. June, the whole of June and July, it was done. They brought it to them. They saw it. Mr. Cummings sent a text out. Guys, I'm sending a copy. Everybody get a copy. Sign your resolution, blah, blah, blah. All of them. Mo Ali will be coming around to get the final signature because Mo Ali's responsibility was to still go and get the signature. So Mo Ali still went and got the signature. So they were honest enough to sign and put May 19 because everything should have been May 19. You can't change it. It was just an amendment to a constitution for that short time. So they put May 19. Even in the meeting, Darius Dillon argued with them, say, but why we can't just put in July? I think it was in July. Then they said, no, you can't put July because the first document we all signed should have been, it's supposed to be May 19. So everybody will just carry the same May 19. In a meeting with Darius Dillon. Darius Dillon would not lie. He would never come up and say that lie because people were there that listened to him. And he made an argument. And they said, no, we can't put this date because the document was not changed completely. So Mo Ali still went around and collected the signature. Hey, man. Hey, people. Wow. Then the other fool, Swan, talking about the document was signed May 19. Mr. Cummings was not the chairman May 19, and they don't want to be responsible. April 25th. May 19, Mr. Cummings took over. Now he convinced. You could have known by all.
They post signed the original document on what? April 25th. The document coming selling May 19 on the document.
May 19th, the framework document was signed.
The day you turned over was the day the document was signed. So you could have known by all means, you of all people should have known if such a provision was in that agreement saying that nobody can pull out, and if you pull out, you can't fill the candidate in your own party's name. Yeah. You would have known. But then all of a sudden, you're sitting down there and you're hearing people discussing this thing on some show that nobody can take. The thing is an ironclad agreement. You're in it forever. And then you get alarmed. And then you send for the copies, and then you realize this was the case. What then did you do?
I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy of.
So they tip you off.
Precisely. Precisely. Then I called next. And started
the National Elections Commission.
Yeah. Okay. And the question I asked is, do you have an original copy of the framework document? And I was informed, no.
I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document
You said I called NEC and asked NEC the question that I asked. Do you have the original copy of our framework document? And NEC told him no. Look, my man, if you get security, if you're a security minded person, it's too sweet, but it's too sweet, oh, it's too sweet. You record neck. You know, when I finish, I gotta call somebody. I need to talk to the guys. Ure said no. No. Neck said no. Neck accepted a document that you ran on, the certificate that you celebrated, you said I call neck. Do you have a free mark document? No. Listen, I gotta talk. They will play the tape in court. I think it can happen. Yeah.
And submitted tonight was a photocopy of a.
The right to remain in any gathering, organization, or whatever it is a right given to you as a Liberian by the Constitution. And nobody can take that away. No
And
one
you can
can
leave
force
whenever
you
you
to
want to
leave.
leave.
Yeah. No can't force you to leave.
That's the Constitution.
Okay. Herod Costa lie on that one. The Constitution 17, Article 17, they never said you can join and leave whenever you want to leave. No. It's not associate. This is no. They say you are free to associate and refuse to associate. Maybe Conan, he don't want to get a big lot, a big graduation cap. Maybe he know too. He know about it. I will read it for you. That what country constitution? You say a Lebanese man, I'm a constitution too. Yeah. (1986) Constitution. Article 17 of the Constitution. Oh man. You know when you turn the thing around there, it go right back again. Uh okay. This is what the Article 17 says. The first they say all persons. They say all persons at all times in an orderly, peaceable manner shall have the right to assemble and consult upon the common good to instruct their representative to petition the government or functionaries for the redress of grievances and to associate fully with others or refuse to associate. It is your right to join or you don't join. That's what they say. They never say you join and then you leave. Now, associate, refuse to associate in political parties, trade union, and other organizations. Now, nobody asks you, nobody force you, you join. Whatever bylaws, whatever rules that you sign in that organization, you abide by it. Now, if you join a political party, they will tell you if you don't pay your due, you will not vote and you don't get no choice. Some of the political parties don't tell you, say you don't leave. Now, contracts, that is where now 25. If there is no 25 in this constitution, you will not get no contract in Liberia. Article 25 says obligation of contracts shall be guaranteed by the republic, and no law shall be passed which might impair this right. No law. If you sign a contract, you and myself, John Brown, when we sign a contract, we abide by the contract. If two corporations sign a contract, they abide by the contract. Now, for Mr. Boaka, the good thing is that Mr. Boaka never signed a contract with CPP. He was just a member of United Party. Mr. Cummings did not. He was representing an institution. Now, the problem is on the institution for a CPP case. It's not on Mr. Boaka. Mr. Boaka can leave and go and form a new party. Nobody going to stop him. Mr. Cummings can leave and find a new party. Nobody going to stop him. But in the CPP, the organization, the private organization or political parties or private organization sign a contract to hold together until after 2023. I would not go anywhere. I will stay here. If I don't make it, I will not participate. So that organization would not go forward. And I know I will cry again. The framework is based on consensus. Consensus means for this document to dissolve, we all must agree to dissolve it. If one man says, no, I will not dissolve it, you can't dissolve it. So it means that that document will remain if one man stays. You don't know that too? Okay, me, I'm a lawyer. No, I will tell you. Mr. Franklin Kona, you just graduated from college. You're supposed to know all that thing. Okay, Mr. Doe, you asked this question. You say, so are you saying that the collaboration that brought CDC Opong to power has collapsed or failed? Because I still see the parties of the collaboration. Okay, now, I never told you in my, I don't know, maybe you're talking to somebody. I never said they failed. I said they failed the people, George Weah. And two, the CDC collaboration, yes, is not strong. Don't mind it. They got a big problem. One, how will you be in a coalition and you telling us that you will remove Joel Howard Taylor? You can't remove Joel Howard Taylor because when the coalition that says CDC, the vice president position was given to NPP. It was given to NPP. So there is no way if you take this vice president position from Joel Howard Taylor, you will either give it to a CPP person, or if you don't and you give it to a different person, what do you expect NPP to do? You got to give it to an NPP person. If you remove Joel and say, I'm not carrying Joel, I will carry and maybe, let's just say, I will carry Jeremiah Kuhn. Then what do you think NPP doing there? Tyler Party, LPDP, they're part of the coalition. You can hear about them? No. Mr. McIntosh say he's going to contest. He's going to contest on some kind of party. He's member of the of the I don't CPP or the Tyler Party or some other party or UP or I don't know which one he's joined or NPP. So when you look at it, I will tell you, my brother, CDC got their own problem. That is why CDC trying to talk. They have 6 other parties, well, 6 or 10, I think 6, or 10 other 6 parties went join CDC the other day. But after they joined, the other chairman came and said, no, we never join CDC. The other secretary did on their own. People get parties in like, bro, but this coming election, don't be surprised. Maybe we might get 5 candidates in the race. Because a lot of people will not contest. I can see that. So this election, it's possible that we'll get first round. It's possible that things will be tough. It will be a tough election. It will be a tough election. So don't look at the CDC and say, okay, no, CDC is not. Because a lot of people, they were sort of divide the job 30% each. But what happened? President Weah took most of the jobs. Yeah. Thank you for answering him because some of them are too damn stupid. No, I will not block them. Let some of them just stay there. They don't just remain there. You know, some people are big and stupid. That's a problem. No sense. They take their politics things so serious to the extra. They don't know what kind of country we live in. So, and these are people who you want me to bring it on, Madeline? If you stay there, let me try and see. Madeline, I just sent you a text to your messenger. So if you if you look at if you check your messenger, you will see uh, 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 okay, guys. Thank you, Madeline. If you want to come up, come now because I gotta go to bed. You know, it can really piss me off when some people put their little pool, their little beautiful daughter or some person page as their profile, and they sit in the back. You see the other one here? He said, "You lie. No one round. Cummings cannot win senatorial seat in Maryland County. That Liberia he will win." Mark, your stupidness is not here. You the only person. I don't know where you got that one from. You forced to post. You forced to say something. Eh? I never told you that Mr. Cummings. You say will be no wrong. I said it is possible that it's 5 candidates, 6 candidates. They're not going to get 22. But anyway, let me view your contact because seriously, you know that the kind of stupid thing I don't like. I will have to block you from my page because I don't like dull people. Your statement is dull. Yeah, I don't like dull people. I don't like dull people. The other time I consider you, but Madeline, you got to try again. Hmm. Okay, I will consider you. I will consider you because you live in Liberia, but I don't like to see people with making such statement. You won't follow the conversation, you follow the conversation, but just don't lie. That's all. But I will consider you. My man, if you write silly thing, I will tell you silly. Because the thing you just put up here, you are having a conversation. And that the conversation I just my statement, what I just released, it got nothing to do with Mr. I said this coming election, I don't think that we'll even have more than 5 candidates. I said it is possible that anybody can win in the first round. I don't know if we'll have a second round. You jump up, you lie. No one round. Cummings cannot win. Cummings not running for senator. Dummy. If Cummings running for senator in Maryland County, he will win. What get your get sense? Cummings came second to President Weah, the most popular man in Liberia. Cummings came second. That's a big plus for him. A man who just got into the race. That's a big plus for him. If Mr. Cummings want to run as a senator in Maryland, in fact, why Cummings should run as senator in Maryland? Cummings don't even have a Maryland address. Cummings don't even have, he was not born in Maryland. Cummings from Monrovia. His father from Maryland came to Monrovia. You mean that Cummings can go live in Maryland County? Cummings live in Monrovia. Why he should run for Maryland? Is that the sense you got? You in Liberia, or you one of those who in Liberia that never traveled before, or maybe you one of those who in Liberia don't even watch TV or educate. You just go to school and sit your damn self there and still don't know. He's not running for senator. Damn it. What? Then you said don't insult. You acting like a fool. I'm not insult. Your statement you just put here. People like you, I'm on your support because you will never support Mr. Cummings. So I don't need your support. His father from Maryland, not Mr. Cummings. And even if Mr. Cummings want to win senatorial seat in Maryland, he just need to stay in Maryland for 3 months. 3 months, he need to live there. He will win. With the kind of resources he got, he had a resource that nobody. Listen, Maryland. How many thousand votes in Maryland? How many thousand votes in Maryland? Eh? Man, people, man. Eh, man. Cummings just need to live in Maryland for 3 months straight. Cummings got the resources, finance to run campaign as a senator, to go anywhere in Maryland County and just put money all over the place. He will win it. But Cummings not running for senator. He don't need to run for senator. He's people who run for senator, maybe you just won't say that now you got nothing to do. Cummings not looking for a long-term job, 9 years job, no. 18 years, no. He's not looking for money. Running for senator will stop himself. He'll make more money than anything. He will not look. Let me tell you the thing. Let me educate you, small Mr. Mike. Mikey Mark. Let me educate you a little bit. Maybe you don't know. We got 3 branches of government. Senators don't make the difference in government. One senator can never make the difference in government unless where is so tight and you the only man that they're looking at, like you see in America here. This Democrat guy, the Democrat from West Virginia, if you get pissed off now, the Democrat cry. If you agree, then the vice president break the tie. Okay. Now, the Senate vote by majority. To make a decision is by majority. So we got what? 30 senators. If 5 or 10 senators say no, it stay pass. We got 73 representatives. If 30 of that representatives say no, it stay pass. In the executive, in fact, on the Supreme Court, it's majority carry it. In the executive, only the president. Every appointment, they work to the will and pleasure of the president. You do know that? Only the president can stop corruption. The president the executive implement the laws of the land. The legislature make the laws, implement, they interpret the executive, and judiciary interpret the law. When you can't understand, they interpret the law. Then who interpret the law to the president? It's not the judiciary, it's the justice minister. The only man who can disagree with the president, and the president will not just fire you. But don't get it wrong now. President can fire justice minister now. But he's the only one can say no, Mr. President, because he's there to interpret the law to the president. You understand? So that's it. Let me bring her up. Madeline, you can hear me? Madeline? Madeline?
I don't
Can you
know. For
hear?
some reason, the connection is kind of terrible, Monique.
But you can hear me?
I can hear you, but the connection is kind of bad.
But I can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me? That's good.
I can hear you, but no picture because you're hiding your face. You want people to see you?
No, sure. I can
You gotta put your camera if you want to put, but you want people to see you, no problem. Oh. No problem. So you want for them to see you?
sure. I want my camera.
Just click the camera, just hit. Okay, say you want the camera myself, I'll call my camera off too.
Okay, good. I'm at work. Thank you, Monique. Thank you for having me.
So give me 5 minutes of your time.
This is
What you
so
think?
this is
Yeah.
so sophisticated. It took me a little while to connect.
So tell me what you think. The whole thing about
So
Mr. Cummings. Just tell me something about Mr. Cummings. Let some people get first. Tell me
I'm not
something.
gonna be long because I'm
Yeah,
at work.
I
But
know.
here's what I wanted to say. Um, and that's for every one of us that member of ANC or love to support Mr. Cummings into our different platform. We have people coming on the live and being very disrespectful. If they're gonna be in the live and they want to take part in it, let them be able to make their point and instead of coming and being disrespectful because some of the things they be saying, they don't have no clue. This is a man that have worked around the world, United States, everywhere, and we know him. Those that don't want to know Mr. Cummings, we're not forcing you. But if you come on any live that has to do with ANC, you have to be respectful, or else money block them. You either give them warning that you can come on my platform, you can argue your point. We will have a conversation, saver, but will not allow you to be disrespectful on this platform. And if they can't listen, remove them
You're
because
absolutely right.
this new Liberia we want everybody to be respectful to each other. There's too much going on in our country now for us to be against each other like this. If it were the Nigerian or Ghanaian, they would stand together and fight for their country, especially in the United States. Republican will vote along with Democrat to make a change. Democrat will vote along with Republican to make a change. And Liberia need to do that because our country, we are losing our country. Our country is going down the drain every second. Everything that happening in Liberia. If you are Liberian and you cannot wake up to see the difference and see it for the future, or even your brother and sister back home, what they are going through, that we need to educate them. But we got to stand together to do this. It's a fight that we need to do together. If y'all want to come on the platform, be simple and just talk about simple things, then we don't have interest in that. Then go and do your own life. Don't come on an ANC live and be disrespectful because some of us were brought up in a good home. And after the war, there are a lot of people, they don't know how to have conversation. They don't know what to say and when to say it. And we are not going to accept that from you guys. Thank you for having me, Monique. I'm at work. Like I said, you know the rules. I can't be here too long. But thank you. That's a good show. We'll continue to fight this, a fight for 2023. We're not going to get tired.
Thank you very much. So
So
just hit,
thank
you
you.
see someone that say leave studio. When you see it, just click on it. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Maybe I can take you off from here, sir. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, man, Natalie. And his name is Facebook user. He said Cummins did not come second to where. Check your facts, my brother, or my sister. Please, I beg you. I got no reason to lie to you. In the second round, do you know when Mr. Baka came second to Mr. Cummins and Mr. You know when Mr. Baka came second to Mr. Weir? It was in the second round where only two of them. So one person will come second. One person will come second. In the one where they had 22 candidates, it was George Weah, it was Mr. Bwaka, and Mr. Cummins, Mr. Bwaka. You understand? I got no reason to lie. You better go and check yourself. I can tell you, you see, that's the problem with us Liberians. And that is where we always defeating you guys. And when it comes to 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 getting information, it is shameful that Liberians will not even do the research and but just sit and listen to people. Eh? They will just sit and listen to lies. Amen. Let me make you to understand, my brother or my sister, your Facebook user. You know that Mr. Cummings came third in Montserrat County. You don't know. Mr. Cummings had 50,000 votes in Montserrat County for a new mayor. He defeated Liberty Party in Montserrat County. He defeated everybody. This is where Liberty Party got all the vote in Grand Bassa County. Prince Johnson got all his votes in Nima County. But Mr. Cummings never went below fifth place in all the counties. You don't know that. You better go do your homework. You better go and do your homework. If I don't know it, I don't say it. If I know it, I say it. So please, stop making yourself look like a fool. So go now and look for AI. Let me, okay, let me show you something here. Well, Vadango ability. I think insulting people is in Liberian DNA. I find it hard to associate with our community because of disrespect. My brother, you don't need to associate with Liberian community. You don't need to associate with Liberian community. You should be lucky that people calling people stupid. People calling people that people got to argue. People will say things. People will come on Facebook. But I will tell people, anybody, do not come on or go on somebody's feed and start making statement and make yourself look like a fool and stupid. And, you say something that ain't make no sense. You don't need to. But another thing, Billy, if you say that because of that you don't want to associate with your community, then my brother, I will tell you, you go in the Liberian community, you go to meetings, people argue. In the House of Representatives, people argue in America. People yell at each other. Don't you know that You can do anything in a house and rather don't go to court or argument, nothing. So I don't know why are worried. Because somebody did certain things to you, so you don't want to be part of them. Yeah, you gotta let it go. They say to you, you say to them, you move on. Don't the only thing, don't put a friendship, don't take it personal. That's all. Don't let people discourage you because of some ugly faces. Or maybe you see my red face. I will not do this because this man yelling. No. Yeah, we always get bad leaders, man. Liberia because bigger problem are bad leaders. One of our problem is leadership. Sometimes people want to blame the Liberian people, but wow, this is the first time I see that they corrected this on neck. All the time we complain, they when they say George Mane, we are 24th president of Liberia. Finally, neck is saying that President Weah is the 25th president of Liberia. This guy argue with me. They argue with me. I did a plaque for President Weah. Oh no, they met. In fact, Zoka Wilson, he went and begged for the plaque. I said, you want it? It's 25th. He said, man, I don't want it. I don't want no trouble. They said 25th, 24th. But George Weah is the 25th president of Liberia. Yes, it. 25th president of Liberia. 25th president of Liberia. George Mane Weah. You know. But Liberian people, look at they get everything wrong about George Weah. They say Sion, they say Sion career. Yeah, team. They say 1985, 1986, Born Ring United. They say George Weah played for Born Ring United. 1985, 1986. That's a big lie. Then they say 1985, 1986, he played for Monte Barrow and appeared 10 times and scored 7 goals. That's a lie. Then they say 1986, 1987. Joshua came to IE 1985. 1986 season, he ended 1986, 85, 86 season. James Salensa Diba was the highest scorer and most valuable player in the LFA league. Then 1987, George Weah was the most valuable player and highest scorer at the time that the last year he played for IE. Then he left. Look at, they say 1987 he went to Africa Sports. Hey man, the people just lie everything about George Weah. Ah, George Weah never played for Africa Sports. Practicing or whatsoever, he never played for Africa Sports, my people. He never registered with Africa Sports. He went to Tonel. Yeah, the people. Mighty Barrow, he played one all-season game for Barrow against IE in Buchanan before IE took him. And when IE took him, Sitoli was the coach. The end of the 1985. IE took her. They even survivor, no survivor in there. They only say Born Rich United, Mighty Barrow. The man we took George Weah from survivor. We never took him from Born Rich United. Tell me, the guys can just give. Oh, there's a national record. It's on a neck. Neck. This is neck record. They say George Weah, 25th president of Liberia, assumed office 22nd January 2018. Vice President Joel Howard Taylor. Damn it. Wow. This is bad. This is bad. This is terrible. This is on NEC website. This is not good at all. Oh, like, bro, what time we get something right? And at the inauguration, they had a big billboard. George we are 24th president of Liberia. Okay, guys, y'all have a good day. God bless you. And does that require insult or using other people's parents in comments? Disappointed in you. You see somebody who disappointed in me. You see somebody who said they disappointed me. You think I talk about people's parents here? Some people out there, I swear to God. You to disappoint me. You disappointed me. Who give a fuck about it? Y'all tell them. You think you come and just write nonsense and they let you go free. Yeah, right. Disappointed in me. Anthony Tappe. What's up, my brother? Where, brother? Okay. Mikey, you just don't get on Facebook. You know, one thing I tell people all the time, I don't say things negatively on the people. I don't go to people posts and start making all kind of foolish statement. I don't do it. I don't do it at all. I don't do it. If I don't want to read a post, I just pass by it. But I see us whole day, we go on other people posts, we're making comments, we're saying this, we're saying that. I see some ANC people do it sometimes, you know, but like if you honor my post, you insulting me, all my other friends then will insult you too. You know, if you curse me or they curse you back, I can tell you that I got other people to you think nobody like me. Okay, guys, you take it easy. You let's listen to Mr. Cummings' speech more, yeah? And listen to the Britain unity speech of Mr. Cummings.
My fellow Liberians, despite our diversity, we are a united people, a great and noble people. Through the strength of our unity and the resilience of our determination, we have begun to rebuild a ravished country and have survived 2 deadly health crises. Our people have stood together as one united people, ready to face the future. Whether you are a fisherman of Grand Cru and Sino, the hunters of Grand Jide and River G, the farmers of Lofa and Bapolu, the Gola and Vai dancers of Bumi and Cape Mount, the hospitable people of Bassa and Riverses, the warriors of Maryland, the miners and explorers of Nimba, the merchants and traders of Bong, the welcoming people of Magibi, or the melting pot of Montserrado. We are one people, Liberians. We have a great challenge and opportunity ahead of us. In unity, we will rebuild this country as a shining example in Africa, demonstrating the power of a determined and united people. Our economy and our national budget will expand and grow like never before. We will improve the lives of our people and put smiles on the faces of our citizens. I promise you that together we can and will do the job. A new day is on the horizon. The time for babysitting is over. God bless you and God bless Liberia.
Alexander Cummings album. Keep on the explode. The leaders I love, the leaders I love, the ones I trust so much, they made a fool out of me. I've been praying to God every day, please give me a leader.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently, and that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call that the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, is electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. Our next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we are focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what's is health. Because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our fifth priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the what's we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the what's I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is first, we'll go after waste in government. You know, we spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those at the top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after this thing called corruption. You know, corruption has been the bane of our country, is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Secondly thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize their assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. Okay. So those are the things we will do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to us. And then the other way we'll find the money is we'll make sure we're getting full value, the full monies we're due from our natural resources. We'll look to exploit other natural resources so we can get the funds required to fund healthcare, to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, etc., etc. So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate. And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the how's. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates expiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country. We will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken necro for day.
Come on, let them say ya. Come on, let them say ya. Daddy, my business, you catching fever. Getting serious like empty river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving all the way. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. We gotta be coming. As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet obstacles, we gotta be coming. Yeah, you are coming, yeah. We coming. We better be coming. When the year is me checking you again, guys, c'est fort. We coming. We better be coming. They are song down. We coming. We better be coming. C'est coming. C'est fort. They are on to song. We better be coming. Everybody's talking about a maker and a zana come and baby everybody's talking about a maker and a zana come and when the year is me they checking you again guys from the shore of the blue river to the peak of the Himba mountain we coming we better be coming and we coming from the episode to the shores of the shepherds. We better be coming. Young guy, you are the cool man. We coming. Yeah. We better be coming. From all the way, my put to the peak, I want to see. Say one, say two, say three, say four. Come here. We coming. We better be coming. We coming. We better be coming. We coming. Everybody's talking about a maker, Elizana, come here, baby, I came on more. Everybody's talking about a maker, Elizana, come here. When the year is me checking you again, Gazuko. And when it comes, nobody should hold me. Everybody's celebrating as I'm dancing to my right and I'm dancing to my left. C'est one, c'est two, c'est three, c'est four. Mombasa to River Cess. Hey, all the way to Bone County. From Nima County to Granchida. River Cheese, sorry, no Maryland and Grand Crew County. Love and came my bombing and Apollo County. We come in. Where's our big coming? They are my two songs. We come in. Where's our big coming? Say coming, say for they are my two songs. Where's our big coming? Say one, say two, say three, say four. Come here. That is how we come here.